Happy Friday the 13th. Happy Friday the 13th. I love that I've still got the restriction. Makes me happy. I got to get some stuff uploading on YouTube real quick while everybody's coming in and out, and then we're gonna do the things. I have lost a deck of my cards, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I put it. So we'll find them. It is what it is. But I did pull out a couple of decks that I haven't used in a very, very long time, so we're gonna use those today. But it's so funny that it takes forever for TikTok or anybody to download stuff so I can upload it for y'all. So I'm just going to get these things done really quickly. And then, how was your Friday the 13th? How was your Friday the 13th? I am not digging this music. I don't want to do this one. We're going to find something different. How are you guys? Thank you for all the subscribers. Thank you for following. Thank you for all the things. I appreciate it so much. There we go. Yes, upload. What kind of music do we want? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. I know I missed you guys last night. I have had a migraine for about 2 days. Let's see here. I was hoping to find like the Cafe d'Anatolia. Ooh, we're going to do this one. We'll do Lo-Fi Senpai. Yosh. We'll do that one. Yes. Good morning. So we're going to get right into it. First on my list is Miss Suzanne Horn. And I know that she's probably at work today. But yeah, we're going to do Miss Suzanne Horn first. Anything the universe needs you to know. You got it, girl. You got it. So tonight is going to be a special episode, podcast filming episode. You guys don't want to miss it. I'm really excited about it. Okay, Suzanne. And then upcoming this week, I will be, or next week, a week from Saturday, I will be headed to Creep It Real in Pennsylvania. And I'm really excited about that. I got to get a video put out for all that fun stuff. Good morning, Miss Kim. How are you? All right, Suzanne. Anything the universe needs you to know. I'm going to scoot you guys back a hair. We're going to do this. So you can kind of see, sort of. I've got my glasses on today because I still have a nasty headache. I'm not going to lie. I still have a nasty headache. It's not been fun. All right. Ready? We have the Warrior. Sacred Schmexuality. Can't say that too much. Play. And take the risk. All right, Miss Suzanne. What I love about these, first of all, is that these tell me that you have finally found your stride. The Warrior card starting off tells me that I feel like you finally have your self-esteem back. I feel like you finally have Suzanne back. I feel like you finally have every single thing that has been holding you down. Like you felt for so long like your head was just being held down underwater, and now you feel like you're above water and you're starting to get out of the water, flying back up again. The Warrior card in this aspect is you being able to get back to you. You being able to get back to who you are and who you want to be. I almost said who you were, but that's not right. It's who you want to be. This card right here, I find interesting because I know that you are married. So we're just going to leave that. We're just going to leave that right there. You take that how you need to take that. I'm just saying, you take that how you need to take that. But I think that this is a great time in your life, in your path, to start off on a playful foot. And I said it like that. The play card is really interesting because it means to stop and take time to play. Stop and take time to really ensure that what you're doing is something that makes you happy. A lot of times we forget that we have to take time to stop. Like, I'm calling myself out with these two, and I know some people listening are like, stop. A lot of us get to where we work so much and we come home and we work at home. You know, we're cleaning, we're doing laundry, we're doing whatever. But it's constant do. And we forget that we have to take time to play, and that we have to take time to enjoy and relax and chill and all of that stuff. The other thing is this take risk card. I have a feeling that there's going to be an opportunity coming up for you this summer in this new position. I'm going to advise you to really, really think about it. Really, really consider it. Because seeing that card right there makes me think that when this pops up, you're going to feel like either it's too soon or you're not ready or whatever. I'm just going to say, think about it really hard. Just think about it really hard. You don't have to immediately tell them yes or immediately tell them no. Just think about it really hard. Okay? This weekend, Miss Suzanne, just disconnect from everything. Just disconnect from everything. Okay? You have this warrior spirit. You have finally found that inside you again. After being pushed down for so damn long, you finally feel like everything is going your way. Take some time and enjoy who Suzanne is, the divine feminine of Suzanne. Enjoy the divine masculine of, you know, your significant other. Enjoy, you know what I'm saying? Have that kind of fun weekend. But the two of you also need to have some time to just goof off. Just go do something fun. Even if it's just going for a walk somewhere new, or hell, go to the zoo. You know what I mean? Like something like that. Do something fun. Do something that you consider play. Get out and get away from the house, because when we're at home, even though we have all kinds of stuff at home that we consider play, you know, like video games or our phones or gardening or whatever, we consider that play, but those things turn into work very quickly. Think about it. Because when you're at home, and gardening is play for some people and work at the same time. So let's just say that you're going to play video games, right? You're going to sit and play on your phone, play games. Eventually you're going to have to get up to, I didn't realize Duolingo was stalking me this morning. Eventually you're going to have to get up to get something to drink, go to the bathroom, and then you're going to see the laundry, or you're going to see the dishes, or you're going to see a mess that's on the table, or you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So get away from the house. Get away from the house. Go do something completely away. Go have fun. Go relax. Go play. Go do some fun stuff with your hubby. But I want to reiterate this again. I'm going to sneeze. Don't you love allergy season? It's so stupid. I'm going to say, when this comes up at work, really consider it. Really, really consider it. Don't say no immediately off the bat. Really, really consider it. Okay, Miss Suzanne? Go disconnect and have a good weekend. Go disconnect and have a good weekend. Okay? Seriously. Disconnect and have a good weekend. I'm proud of you. I'm super proud of you, girl. Thank you, guys. Oh, good, Lando. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Are they going to bring it up to you? All right, Kirby Poo. Okay. Good. Good. I'm glad they're going to bring it. I love that. Tell them I said thank you for bringing that. I was going to just send it where you are, but I didn't, like, I couldn't find anything about their, nope, that goes there, about their delivery policies and stuff. And some places are weird, you know. Oh, I'm so sorry, Cosmic Vixen. The Zodiacs are already up on YouTube. Yep. Every Monday, those are live on YouTube and TikTok, so they are already up. Yeah, so you can go immediately, even while I'm doing it, you can go back and look at yours. So yeah, you're welcome. I love you, my friend. All right, Kirby. Financial improvement, spiritual gifts, and life purpose. So you have the Creator. I love these cards, so I gotta do them so you can see them. And then higher purpose. Higher perspective, excuse me. Over here you had 3 cards come out. The first one that came out is creativity. Did I have my deck upside down? Nope. Okay, it's creativity upside down. It's like, did I have my deck upside down? And then you have the big picture. These flung out like this, and then this one came up on top. And that is transformation. Okay. So let's talk about this. I find it interesting that you have the Creator, but creativity upside down. I find it interesting that you have higher perspective and big picture. And then I find it interesting that you have transformation upside down. Here's my overall advice. I'm trying to figure out the right way, the right wordy words. Sometimes we don't have to have some big, massive change and shift in our life. We all think that higher perspective, that creation, that improvement, that working on our spiritual gifts, that finding our life purpose needs this massive transformation when it comes to everything. We're just going to leave it at that. Everything. We think that whenever we have this big change coming, the big change may be just a promotion in our job. It may just be we traded in our car and got a new car. It's a big change, right? But in the grand scheme of things, is it a big change? Do you see what I'm saying? You still have a car. You still have a car payment. You still have a job. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a massive shift in the way that... It's not a massive shift in the way that you think it is a massive shift. Does that make sense? The other thing is this. When it comes to finances, when it comes to spiritual gifts, both of those things are kind of the same thing. One is just physical, the other is spiritual. Improving both of those things goes hand in hand, and I don't think people realize that. One of the things also that goes along with financial security and spiritual security is that we have to put in all of the work. And don't think that I'm griping at anybody by saying this, because this is something I need to hear as well. A lot. It's not just y'all. It's everybody. We all need to hear it, because we get caught up in the grind of daily life, like paying our bills and, like how much is left in our bank account afterwards. And, we get caught up in that. And it's like, oh my God, like this is bullshit. With everything going up, it's really hard for us to look around and appreciate things the way we used to. You know what I mean? Where it used to be, you could go to the store, you could pay all your bills, everything, and you still had a little bit of money, at the end of all of that for the rest of the week. So if you wanted to, do something with your kids or whatever, you could. And now it seems like everybody is struggling. Am I right? Everybody is struggling. So that financial aspect spills over into our spiritual aspect. And then we get in this vicious cycle of this vicious taffy puller cycle. Because when that spills over into our spiritual aspect, we start to feel less and less and less. And I said feel less and less and less on purpose. Because we get that heaviness. We get that sadness. We get that hopelessness feeling. And when that happens with money, with our financial aspects, then it spills over into everything else. So then we feel like, well, you know, maybe I don't need to focus on my spirituality right now. Maybe, you know, all of these things were just stupid. And you know what I mean? You start to have those doubts in your head. It doesn't matter what kind of spiritual path you follow, what religion you follow. It doesn't matter. This is a crisis of faith in any aspect. So when you start to feel like your finances don't matter, or you can't get ahead in your finances, then it spills over to everything else. So you're cranky all the time. You don't want to take the time to do the spiritual things that you used to do. You don't want to take the time to light your candles or light your incense or take a ritual bath, or you don't take the time to just do the little things that became ritual for you every morning. And sometimes you have to force yourself back into it. Kirby, what I'm going to recommend about all of this is, and this can be hard, but hopefully you have time off this weekend and you can do this. And I'm going to recommend for all of you guys to do this. This weekend, just take a step back and look at the big picture of everything. And I don't mean politics. I don't mean the state of the world. I don't mean anything except you. What is your big picture? And here's what I want you to do. And this is going to be really hard, okay? Because we get used to having this massive big picture, right? Well, I'm going to do this and this and this and this and this with my life. What if your big picture was simply to be? What if your big picture was simply to be? What if your big picture was to sit and to process everything? Because if you think about it, since you know, last fall, it seems like things go like this all the time. And I think it's funny that so many like news people are saying like, I'm so sick of telling you guys breaking news. I'm so sick of telling you guys breaking news, because we're all sick of hearing it. So what if, Kirby, and all y'all listening, what if this weekend, what if today, what if tomorrow, you took some time and you just sat and you looked at your bigger picture as just being. Yesterday, story time, Kirby, and everybody else. And this is for reasons, I promise. I hope when I say story time and I tell you guys some stuff, that you understand why it goes along with this reading. Or that reading, or whatever reading. Last night, I had to make a decision of, do I go live or not? And I hate to let you guys down. Because I really pride myself on being here every Monday and every Thursday. Well, I've had a migraine since Tuesday. And for those of you guys that have migraines, they're not fun. I've been wearing my glasses a lot because my vision is horrible. I can't hardly see out of one eye very well. I have really bad ocular migraines. So if I can't see, how can I see the cards? If I can't see, how can I see the astrology chart? You know what I mean? So it's been really bad. And yesterday I started getting really dizzy. My sugar has been my sugar has been insane, up and down, because of the pain and so on. And I couldn't eat. I was really nauseated. And I was sitting outside on my back porch, looking at the rain, listening to the birdies. And I was talking to Sass, and she was like, you gotta make a decision. You gotta make a decision, are you going to go live or not? Cause we're coming down to the wire. And I decided at the last minute, I can't. You know what I mean? I can't. Because I always tell you guys, take time. Take time for you. Kirby, take time for you. If you're sick, you're not helping anybody. And if you just keep pushing, you're just going to get more sick. I used to go balls to the wall hard. I would work for 2 weeks straight. 13 to 14 days straight is about how much my body can handle. And then I hit the wall. And then I'm down for 2 or 3 days. And I'm realizing that in working like that, it's not good for anybody. Because then for 2 or 3 days, I'm down. I'm down. I still work. But I'm down. With everything going on right now, with all of the financial things going on, with all of the spiritual things going on, what if your life purpose right now in this moment is just to be? What if it's just to be? What if that? What if that? What if that? What if that? We're all worried about money all the time. All of us. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter how much money you make. We're all worried about money all the time. We're all worried about money all the time. And for those of us in the spiritual community, we're always worried about gifts all the time, about our gifts, and so on. And I know that a lot of you guys too have noticed that with the uptick in the sun, with the ramping up of everything over the last 4 years, especially, gifts that you've always had suddenly don't work correctly. Gifts that you never thought you would have suddenly are bombarding you. We're all in this taffy puller with our own gifts and spirituality. And sometimes it's just a matter of breathing. It's just a matter of taking a break, stepping back for just a little bit. That's what I'm going to say, Kirby. Because the transformation card is upside down. It's not time to make any big, massive changes right now. It's not time to do anything at all with being creative about money or life or all of that. It's just about stopping and taking a step back and seeing the higher perspective. Because what are the chances that you pull higher perspective and big picture, literally the same thing, from two separate decks? Sometimes we can stress ourselves out from stressing ourselves out. And I think that this is a good time, Kirby, for you to take a step back and pause and just look at everything. And I hope that made sense. I hope that made sense. So I saw some people asking some questions about some stuff. Hold on just a minute. Let me go back up here. Oh, about the gifting. I have no idea what's going on, if it's somebody that was reporting me or whatever, but the gifting has been suspended for 7 days. So if you guys would like to do something like that for me, and you don't have to, and I really appreciate if you want to, or if you just need a good giggle, just go click on my profile and click on my profile link and then look at my link tree. Because I was like, okay, fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. You forgot you need a book to read. My book recommendation right now, and I'm tempted to do like a little bit of a book club over the next couple weeks, is The Art of War. And I know some of you guys are like, why would I want to read that? You want to read that. I promise you want to read that. Oh, okay. Oh, if you're looking for birth charts. Oh, okay. Yeah, don't stress about that. Those come to you in a report. And with me being down the last couple of days, I haven't been able to see my computer very well. I really haven't. I was in here busting ass working yesterday and got a bunch of them finished and all prettified. But yeah, I legitimately haven't been able to see very well out of my left eye. Ocular migraines aren't a joke. Like, Sass and I were talking about them yesterday because she's had some vision issues too. If y'all don't know what an ocular migraine is, it's bullshit. Like, that's 100% what it is. It's bullshit. Yeah, TikTok does take most of the gifts anyway. But so what ocular migraines do, you get all of the fun of a migraine with no pain. So I don't know what's worse, because you don't realize that you have one in the moment until suddenly it's like, bam, hard, like that. If you want to order a birth chart, there's a link on my profile link. And all of you guys that ordered the spiritual talent reports, I may have gone over the top with the bouginess of them, and I'm not sorry about it. I'm not sorry about it. I'm just saying those should all start going out today. But yeah, I'm not sorry about it. I went through and I was like, that's not pretty enough. That's not enough. So you're welcome. But ocular migraines affect your eyesight really badly. It feels like if you took a sinus headache, everybody's had a sinus headache where it's your eyes, somebody's poking out your eyes. If you took that and amplified that and then added in that you usually can't see very well out of one eye, it usually also affects your ears. It'll affect ringing in your ears. So then that makes you dizzy. You still get the nausea. You still get all of the fun shit that goes with it. So that's great. But they're bullshit. I would rather, to be honest, and this is going to sound really weird because some of you guys are like, what, bitch? I have silent migraines. And when that started happening, I got worried. And I asked my neurologist, I was like, do I need to be worried that this is like a progression? I've had migraines since I was 19. And when I turned 40, 41, 42, that's when they started really shifting. And so I don't have the massive, like, I want to just completely deflate my whole entire head. I don't have that kind of pain anymore. In fact, most of the time, the only reason I know I'm having a migraine is the vision changes and the nausea out of nowhere and dizziness. And then I'm like, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Like, it's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. I hate seeing that a lot of you guys have migraines. The vestibular migraines suck ass. Yes, they do. Yeah. Vestibular migraines, hemiplegic migraines. The first time I ever had a hemiplegic migraine, thank you, epilepsy, I legitimately thought I was having a stroke. I thought I was having a stroke. Like, the whole right side of my face was doing this and my words were all fucked up. Some of you guys may have seen, there was a news reporter who has hemiplegic migraines, and she had one on live and on like an interview, and they thought she was having a stroke. Like, they called an ambulance and thought she was having a stroke. And she wasn't. It's just when you have a hemiplegic migraine, it affects your words. It affects your face. So your face will droop or your eye will twitch really bad. But it affects your words. And so, like, I think I'm saying the black car drove down the road, and it comes out like elephant and road went for there. Like, but you think in your brain that you said the black car went down the road. But then everybody else hears, and they're like, are you okay? And they're like, yeah. You know, you try to tell them, yeah, I'm fine. And it comes out, pink is green, you know. Yeah, it's fucking, it's weird. The brain is one of my favorite things to study and one of the most scary things, if you think about it. If you think about it. Yeah, if y'all want a scary rabbit hole to fall down, hemiplegic migraines. They're not fun. All right. Stephanie. Freya Solva. Did I say it wrong? Got you. All right. Let's do this. Oh, you're welcome. I always want to try to say things and pronounce them, and I need to get over my fear of that. I have another video about the that video I put out the other day, and some people don't understand what I'm talking about, and that's good. If you don't understand what it is, what manifesting it is, good. But I just keep seeing things all the time. Yeah, that's the deck. and getting tagged in them and so on. And I'm like, stop it. I have I have another video that I shot this morning that I haven't had time to edit yet that I'll put out this afternoon, kind of along the same lines, but not same but different. But yeah, I don't know. All right. So what I did was I drew some, so I do teach classes, Kat. There are about 5 years of classes on my website. I quit teaching live classes, but every time I try to do live classes, something happens because of my schedule. And then, but I might start teaching those beginner classes again in like August. Because I know in the summer it's hard for anybody to learn anything. But they are on there on video, so you can watch them at your own pace and learn all of the things. Because there's a lot, I see a lot of people right now trying to teach, I'm going to put that in air quotes, teach classes. And I'm just going to let you know that a lot of the newer people that are teaching classes went through my classes, and now they're trying to teach you my classes, or Witchfoot's classes, or Mama Sunfire classes. Like, people are scammy McScammersons, and they will take someone else's class and then pass it off as their own and try to teach other people when they don't know what they're doing. So check out who it is that you that you're going to learn from. I was revamping the website. By the way, you guys go visit the website and tell me what you think of the revamp. Tell me what you think, if you like it better. I like it better, but tell me what you think. But I was doing a revamp of the website, and I was looking at different things and saw that I've been telling you guys something incorrect for years. I've been telling you that I have master teacher or grandmaster certifications in 9 different forms of Reiki. It's 11. It's 11. Not counting mine. So 12 counting mine. And then I've been saying that I have over 80 certifications. I've also apparently been lying about that because I can't count. And it's 124. It is 124 certifications that I have since 2013. So in 12 years, I have 124 certifications. So that means that I earn an average of 10 a year. When I saw that number, I'm not going to lie. I'm not saying this to brag. I'm not saying it to make anybody feel bad. In fact, I hope it motivates you. But when I saw that number, I like teared up for a minute. I was like, the fuck? What? Because I didn't think it was that many. And then I thought, oh, you are obsessive. Like, oh, you're obsessed. This shows how obsessive you are about shit, bitch. So I felt called out. I was like, you are obsessive. So, but, yeah, don't stop learning, guys. Don't stop learning. Okay? Just saying. I'm just saying. So, all right, Stephanie. Let me do this because I've got Stephanie's cards pulled. So you're here on the left. He is here on the right. And then what needs to happen is in the middle. Okay? You know, lifelong learner is right. When I was 18, one of my friends got an apartment in Tulsa, and you know, it's always the coolest thing when your friend gets an apartment when you're 18, you know, right? So I was helping her move in, and her apartment, you had to walk through the building and then go, like, her apartment was here and there was another one here, and they had this gorgeous, she got so lucky in that she got to overlook the pond and all that stuff, right? Well, there was an older lady sitting outside, and she, if I remember right, at that time, she was in her 60s. I think she said 63. But she was just sitting out there, and we kind of started talking and struck up a conversation. And she asked like what we did for a living and so on, you know, and we were talking. I was in school and my friend was, I don't remember where she was working at the time, but, and so we asked her, we're like, well, you know, what do you do? And she said, oh, I'm a student. And I was like, really? Me too? I was like, what do you mean you're a student? And she was like, yeah, I've been going to school my entire life. She had 3 master's degrees, 4 associate's degrees, and was working on a bachelor's. And I was like, oh my God. She was like, yeah. She was like, I love school, but I don't want to teach it. That made like such a big impact on me. I think that, yeah, it made such a big impact on me. And I started like really taking my classes more serious. And I started, 2013 is really when I started hardcore with some stuff. It was also a way for me to check out of other things. Does that make sense? But even between, you know, my 18 and, you know, 2013, which would be, I don't know, 25 years. I still took classes. Like I still learned things. So I have other classes that I've taken in that time. But yeah, I love school. It's so bullshit, isn't it? All right. Save me, Stephanie. Save me from myself. All right, Stephanie. Oh, well, Stephanie pulls the Golden Empress card because of course she does. Because of course she does. So this is magnetism. It's manifestation. It is potency. It's bringing everything you want. And then you have creativity. Before I even turn any of these other cards over, I'm going to ask you a question. I don't need an answer. I just want you to think about it. How do you know that he's the one? Just saying. Because he is the ferryman. This is need, focus, and transition. And freedom. And in the middle, you have growth and atonement and deceit. Not you, but and transformation. Okay. So, here's my advice. Don't wait on him. Don't wait on him. Sweet Pea, you drew literally the best card in the deck. You drew the best card in the deck. This is the most powerful card in the deck. The Golden Empress is pure, unadulterated power. It is getting every single thing that the universe is supposed to be bringing to you. You also have creativity, which tells me that you are in a league that I don't think you even realize that you're in. You're in a league of I'm going to say higher power. I'm going to say it like that. You waiting on somebody is like, I'm trying to think of the right way to say it. It's like a tidal wave waiting on the earth. The tidal wave is going to move no matter how it's going to move. Like it's going to go the path of, you know, least resistance. The earth is the powerful force that's never going to change, never going to shift, never going to move. Does that make sense? You are the earth. You are the earth. The earth is going to be there whether the tidal wave hits or not. The tidal wave, however, has to move. The tidal wave is not anything but movement. Does that make sense? Because when there's not the tidal wave behind it, when it's not the tsunami behind it, it's just water. It's just water. But water is movement all the time. The earth is power. The earth is powerful. Water is powerful too. But water is always going to change shape. Whereas the earth is always going to be the magnet that everything needs. There we go. That was what I was trying to say a while ago. The earth is the magnet that everything needs. Without the earth, there's no life. Without the earth, there's no water. Without the earth, there's no air. There's no animals. There's no people. Without the earth, there's nothing. So the earth waiting on something else, even if there was no water, the earth would still be earth. It would still be there. So he's the reason, and it's funny that I ask you this before I ask you, how do you know, before I turned the cards over, because he's in a spot where he's undergoing some really, really intensive transitions. He's undergoing he's trying to figure out who he is. He's trying to figure out where he is. He's trying to figure out life. He's like a tsunami that doesn't know how to be a tsunami. Does that make sense? He's a wave that doesn't understand how to be a wave. He hasn't figured out even how to be water yet. So he goes from, hot water to cold water. He goes from, all of this amazing stuff to nothing. And it's not so much because of being hot and cold with life or with a person or with a job or whatever. It's because he doesn't understand how to be water yet. So before anything can happen with either one of you, there's a lot of growth and atonement that has to happen. And I, to be honest, don't really think it's on your part. Is there growth that needs to happen for everybody? Yes. But the atonement, that is on his part. He has to figure out how to be water first. The deceit card, that part kind of sticks with me a little bit. Because how many times have you gone and looked at a lake or a river and it looks so calm on top, but damn well underneath there is a rip current that's going to yank you out somewhere, Like how many times have you looked at the roughest water and thought, oh my God, if I even get in that, it's going to take me somewhere else. But then you look right here and it's like glass. Do you know what I mean? Water can be very, very deceptive. And I just want you to keep that in mind. But the transformation card right here, there's a lot of transformation that has to happen. And with him already having the transition card right here and focus and necessity and freedom, I am going to go back to my original advice and say, don't wait on him. Don't wait on him. If you wait, then you're missing out on things that the universe is going to heap in your lap. Whether it's other people, whether it's a new job, whether it's success, whatever it is. The universe, this card right here is literally magnetism. It is you bringing everything in from the universe that you're supposed to have. If you wait while he goes through this transformation, the universe may have it in the cards that the two of you come back together at some point. Maybe when you're 80. And I want you to think of it in that way. You can't put your life on hold while somebody else is figuring out themselves. It may be that the two of you come right back together next year. It may be that the two of you never come back together. It may be that, 10, 15 years in the future. And if you are sitting and waiting, then you're missing out on all of these amazing opportunities. And then you run the risk of you being the one that has to go through the transformation to be at the level he's at now. So don't put anything on hold for anybody. And this is for all of you. Don't put yourself on hold for anybody, because the universe may have you being successful and him being successful, and then the two of you come back together when both of you are on very solid ground and you can have an amazing relationship and so on. But if you're putting your life on hold while he's doing the growing and then he's already up here and you're still here, he may move on without you and you get here and he's already gone. You see what I'm saying? So both of you have things that the universe wants to do for you and things that you need to do as well. So while you're waiting on him to go through this growth and this transformation and so on, dude, don't wait. Don't wait. Enjoy this shit right here. When I see this card come up, I'm like this is like the Empress, the Queen. This is everything. This is the universe bringing you all kinds of good shit. So when this comes up, don't waste that. Don't waste that. Let him do his thing over here. Let him be in this transformation. Let him start to really pay attention to who he is, and you be badass, and then he'll be back up on your level. It might take him a little bit because this is a lot of transition. Like almost every single card over here on his side is transition. And if the two of you are really, really meant to be together, then you being with him while he's in this transition is never going to be a good thing. Because how do you guys all feel when you're in a transition moment? You can't really commit to anything. You can't, because you're in this, you might do it anyway, but then you just end up hurting people that love you. So I wouldn't wait. I wouldn't. I would be your badass self and not hold yourself back, and let him figure his things out and go from there. Does that make sense, love? I know that's not what you wanted to hear. I'm sorry. I know there's so many times I'm like, I know this is not what you wanted to hear. I'm so sorry. But yeah, don't wait. Don't wait. Okay? Don't wait. I'm never going to tell you guys to wait for anybody. I did it for too long. I did it for too long. All right, Sierra. Nope, this deck next. How's everybody's Friday so far? You know, I love this playlist, but then at the same time, I'm like, it's also a little bit slow. It's a little slow. I think we need the gritty trap beat. Okay, all right then. All right, my nose is itching. Somebody's talking about me. All right, ready, Sierra? Hey, guys. You have heart healing, balanced emotions, magical power. I love this card. Is that not cool? And then you had two come out like this. So the top card is nature. I find that interesting. Okay. And destruction is underneath. Okay. All right. Out of 5 cards, 3 of them have wings. That's a lot of movement. The first 2 are about healing. They're about emotions and then a change. So whatever it is you're going through right now, Sierra, take time to heal first. Okay? Take time to heal first. I feel like we feel so panicked about making a change, about shifting, about everything. We feel like we have to do everything right now. Everything right now. And some of it is because of just all of the information we're bombarded with all the time, between the news and social media and friends and family and we are bombarded with all of this fantastical stuff all the time. And I just want to make this reminder for you guys. All of that fantastical stuff was always there. Was always there. All of the fantastical stuff was always there. All of those waterfalls and mountains and rivers and beaches were always there. All of the culture, all of the people, all of the ethnic foods, all of those amazing things you want to experience, they were always there. All of the classes, all of the learning, all of the books, they were always there. Being stressed about trying to do all of the things is not going to do you any good. The only reason you're stressing about them is because now you realize that they're there. They're not going anywhere. They've always been there. Take time to allow yourself to heal. Everybody heals at a different pace. Everybody heals differently. The fact that you have heart healing and then balanced emotions tells me that there's something really, really intensive that you need to take a step back and allow there to be some healing going on in there. It doesn't matter if this is from a relationship, if it's from a job, if it's from moving, if it's from... It doesn't matter. Whatever the change was, whatever the loss was, you have to allow yourself to grieve that change. It's just like when you lose somebody, you know the permanence of that loss, right? You feel the permanence of that loss. You can't call that friend when you have something exciting to say. You can't call your mom when you're upset. You can't go and visit them when you just need a hug. You understand the permanence of that loss. Does that make sense? You understand it. The change. And then there's also, this goes with heart healing as well. There's also this guilt associated with being happy somewhere else. It's the guilt that we feel sometimes like that. Chicken, this is you, right? Is this you that I'm reading, Sierra? Because I can't ever remember. I remember chicken and cow. Because I think of the cow and chicken cartoon that I loved so much. So just so you know, every time I see your name, your chicken and cow, I hear the theme song for Cow and Chicken. In fact, I need to watch that cartoon. I haven't in a long time, and I love that cartoon. It's the best cartoon ever. Okay, I digress. When it comes to, and I understand what you're saying. Moving is a big, big deal, especially moving to a different country. That's a big, big step. And there's a lot of stuff that you can't take with you. There's a lot of things that are night and day different, that you're kind of a little worried about how this is going to work or how that's going to work. And there is a healthy dose of fear associated with it. And I'm not saying that every single other place in the world is super safe. Hell, the United States isn't super safe. But a lot of times we get told in the United States that so many don't come in to somebody else's live and do that kind of shit. That's not cool, man. I don't care, especially a fake account. We're told how terrible things are in other places, so we won't want to go there. Think about it. When you were young And your parents are like, don't go to that club. Don't go to clubs because this is going to happen. You're going to get roofied, or there's going to be people that want to steal. You know what I mean? Like, how many times, what's up, Mike? How many times as a kid are your parents like, don't go to the clubs, don't go to the clubs. And then you go and you're like, okay, this is kind of awesome. And like, none of that happened. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, because it could, but it didn't happen every single time you went. You know what I mean? So we get told not to do stuff. And it is, when it comes from our parents, usually to protect us. But how often, and here's the thing, I'm gonna put it this way. Now, I've never been to Ecuador. My daughter-in-law is from Ecuador, and she shows me all the food there, and all the food there, and all the food there, and she shows me how beautiful it is, and so on. And when she went back to visit last year, she would FaceTime me, and I got to see how gorgeous it is. You know what I mean? And so I mentioned to some people that I knew that I was like, man, I would love to move to Ecuador. Like I would. Or Ireland is another place that I would love to move to. But it's so cheap to live in Ecuador. The food is fantastic, you know. And the first thing that someone said to me was, well, it's really dangerous there. What? What do you mean? Because then I was like, well, what do you mean? Like, what do you know that I don't know? And they started telling me all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, but how do you know that? Like, and so then I asked Allie, and I'm like, so somebody said this and this and this. She was like, no. She was like, maybe if you're like way out in like cartel territory, yes. She was like, but no. Like, she was flabbergasted. So then hearing, exactly, Nix, exactly. Then hearing, you know, realizing that is something that other person has heard all their life, is how terrible it is to move to another country. I felt sorry for that person, because I was like, I don't really believe that. Like, let me go and research and find out first. And so I did. So I understand that fear. I really do. I understand that fear of moving. What I love is that with the heart healing and the balanced emotions here, Sierra, then you have magical power next. And I love that you said that you moved to heal, that you moved to, like, exactly what this is, the heart healing, that you moved to get more in touch with you, with where you're supposed to be, with your family, with your lineage, you know, all those things. You moved for the right reasons. I fully expect you to feel way more magical once you kind of get settled in a little bit. I 100% fully think that within probably the next 6 months, you are going to feel so much more magical and so much more powerful and so much more than you ever felt before. So that's when I want to talk about these. Because you have the nature card and then destruction underneath. Usually when this card pops up in the deck, the destruction card, this is the destruction of something that's been holding you back that you may not realize. So be prepared for there maybe to be things that are moved out of your path, people that are moved out of your path. Be prepared for there to be an upheaval. That movement, just moving to a different country, that's a pretty big upheaval. Make sure that you're paying attention. Just be hyper aware. There we go. I'll just say it that way. Just be hyper aware, because these first two cards are emotions and heart healing. And then I want you to notice wings, wings, wings. So that's what I said. Like, I wanted to make sure to point out all of the wings. So just be ready for movement. It may be that where you moved is not where you're supposed to be. It may be the next town over, or the other side of town, or whatever. It may be that you still need to move and shift around a little bit before you find the place you're supposed to be. So just be ready for that. Be ready for that. I don't see destruction as in this major catastrophe. I just see it as in maybe still movement just because of all the wings. Okay. I think it's awesome that you moved. I do. I think it's awesome. It would scare the shit out of me too. To be honest, just the thought of moving to Pennsylvania and having to split my stuff is about to make me have a panic attack. It's about to make me have a panic attack. Every time I think about like, well, you know, where, I hate when my nose itches because then it makes my nose ring do weird things. Well, where should my bed be? Like my bed. Am I going to be spending the most of the time there or the most of the time here? Am I going to be doing this or this? You know, like, do I take my desk there or do I leave it here? Do I take, you know, so like just like, it's so weird to think about having two houses. And to be honest, the vast majority of my stuff is going to go to Pennsylvania because I'm only going to have a little place here because my kid is still in college. So I've had to sit down and have some serious talks with myself. Yeah, I've had to have some serious talks with myself. All right, Brett. Oh, I will say that one of the things I am the most excited about that big church up there, about how big it is. I'm just going to say that, how big it is. You are so welcome, Sierra. You are so welcome. Feel free to send me photos to the website and let me live vicariously through you. Feel free. I will never say no. I will never say no. If you have a place by you that is your favorite place to go, please don't hesitate. Send me photos. Or post them on here and tag me. I look at everything I'm tagged in. I do. I look at everything I'm tagged in. What, Marlene? No, you're lying. Hold on. Are you serious? No way. What the fuck, y'all? What the fuck, y'all? I'll tell you what, Marlene. Yeah, because it is. That's why I'm like, what the fuck? All right, I'll tell you what. I added one more for you, Marlene. Just one more. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy, y'all. All right, Brett is next. But yeah, please feel free to send me all the photos of things. But the thing I'm super excited about with how big the place is, don't get me wrong, I am terrified. I am utterly terrified because Sass and I were talking about this yesterday too. We were just there for like an hour in the middle of the day at noon, and there were so many things that happened. So if you know anything about paranormal locations, when you're renovating a place, that activity ramps up tremendously. So sleeping there, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous. And I've slept in some very, very weird places. I think it's just because it's the unknown. You know what I mean? Like nobody's investigated there. We don't know who's there, etc. But I am very, very excited that there are three like apartments. There are 2 to 3 bedroom, 1 bath houses, one on top of the other. So I will be able to have that as like an Airbnb where people can come and stay in the big old church, right? It'll be next spring before that happens, just letting you guys know. But before then, people can come and investigate and stay overnight and actually have like a nice bathroom and heat, you know, things like that. But the place is so huge. And knowing that I have like the biggest storage unit available, full, almost like 4,000 square foot house full. I have rooms that are filled with boxes that I can't unpack because it's either shop stuff or this stuff. To be able to unpack all of that shit and actually have a place for it excites me. But yeah, I'm a little nervous. So yeah. All right. Brett, I'm really excited. I'm really excited. Next weekend, just so you guys know, without anybody else knowing, I will have the list open for the weekends that we'll be allowing people to come in for paranormal investigations. So I can't wait for that, because I can't wait to see what everybody catches. I cannot wait for that. Because just the videos we took, just the things we caught, and we haven't even gone through the entire videos yet. So yeah. They are, Abby. I'm trying to get them uploaded right now. Yeah, it still says video processing. Pending. So we're just waiting. That's what we're doing, is waiting on it. So yeah. I don't know if it's the weather. I don't know what's going on. My internet has been shit for 2 days, and I've called AT&T, and they've been like, well, you know, have you turned things off, bitch? Yes, I've turned them off. I understand that some people don't know that, but man, like, I've had an account with y'all for a long hot minute. For a long hot minute. Yeah, I don't know. Also, I just don't like being treated like I'm stupid. I don't think anybody, even stupid people, don't like being treated like they're stupid. All right, Brett. Yeah. Oh, Blue Moon, I'm so excited about it. I am. I'm super fucking stoked about it. And then knowing that I have a cemetery right outside that I could go and, like, investigate whenever. Just saying. Mike, I filmed me opening that box and trying the cookies. Holy shit. Those were so good. You can tell the post office did not treat that box very kindly. Just so you know, they did not treat it very kindly. But that pistachio toffee one, that was my favorite. The cookies and cream and the pistachio toffee. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that one by far was my favorite. It was by far my favorite. I got to edit the video, though, because I didn't realize when I was opening the box that it has my address on it. So I'm like, because it got forwarded to my house. So I'm like, okay, well, we can't show that. We can't show that. All right, Brett. Feeling stuck. I got you. I did. Thank you for the little card in there and everything. I saw all the things. You put all the things in there. Like all the knick-knacky things that make me happy. All the knick-knacky things. I love knick-knacky things. I'm going to blame it on my grandma. She always had really cool knick-knacky things that we couldn't touch or play with. And then she had like one shadow box that had little things. Oh, I think that's awesome. I really want to go. I really, really want to go now. I really, really, really want to go. I love that people are like, would you wait in line however long to get a cookie? Yeah. Yeah, I would. There's a whole point. I would 100% wait in line to get a cookie. All right, Brett, feeling stuck. Where you are right now, the matriarch. This is rejection, consequences, and opportunities. And the ancestors card. Okay. Where are you going? Ooh, Thanatos, which is completion, support, and expediency. And the play card. What has to happen in the middle? Safe travel. Story time. I just want you guys to know when I say story time, it just means something that goes along with this, okay? You can't make this shit up. I know that there are a lot of people that are going, it's really, really weird. I know there are a lot of people that are going through major, some of them like major life shifts right now. Divorces, moving, and not just moving, but like I saw somebody say from Florida to Tennessee and the culture shock. Yeah. A major move, losing a job, shifting, you know what I mean? Like whatever it is. And we tend to focus on the rejection. We tend to focus on, well, if I move, you know, then what are the consequences of me moving? You know, I'm not going to be as close to my friends or my parents, or I'm not going to be, you know, able to, like, my favorite places are here. I've lived here for 30 years or whatever. We tend to think in the negative all the time, if that makes sense. We tend to think in the negative all the time. But the thing is, I love that the ancestors card came up, because when we're looking at this change, we don't realize that there's so many opportunities with a change. So let's talk about moving, because that's the easiest for everybody to understand. Everybody has moved at some point, even if it was when you were a kid or whatever. And the opportunities that go along with moving. Sometimes the opportunities are, you know, easy to see. Experiencing a whole new culture. Experiencing a whole new, you know, if you move from the beach to the mountains, that's massive, right? Like when I was a kid, we moved to Colorado when I was in first grade. And I mean, all I had known was Oklahoma. And granted, I live in green country, which is a little hilly. It's green, it's pretty, and so on. But we moved from that to, I could see the mountains from my bedroom window. I could open my window, mountains. Mountains. Not, you know. So you see the good things about that transition almost immediately, the opportunities. Being able to go to things like the Denver Museum. Tulsa has museums, but not like that. Not like that. I got to see King Tut like this close to my face when I was 8. I couldn't have seen that in Tulsa. Do you see what I'm saying? So we see the opportunities. But, you know, also, I left my friends here. My best friend lived across the street and now she doesn't. And, you know, like as a kid, all you think about is, oh, no, I can't see my granny and grandpa, and, you know, all these things. When it comes to, but it's easy to weigh those things. Does that make sense? It's easy to see those things with a physical move. But when it has to do with a relationship or a job, and a job is like a relationship, sometimes we just see the rejection in losing the relationship. Even if we're the one that leaves. Same thing with a job. We see the rejection, even if we're the one that is like, fuck you, I quit. It's still a rejection, you know, because you start going through like, I put in all this work and you didn't appreciate it. I put in all this time and I got nothing in return. We only start to see the rejection and the consequences of losing whatever that was. But we don't see the opportunities at first. Because it doesn't matter what kind of market it's in. I almost said culture. What kind of market it's in. When I was in the 90s, when I was looking for a job, it was hard. In the 2000s, when I was looking for a job, it was hard. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. At any point in time when you're looking for a job, it's fucking hard. It's fucking hard. Because you don't want to just take the first job that comes along, knowing that you interviewed for these other 2 jobs over here, but this person needs an answer. You know what I mean? It's fucking hard. Relationships are the same way. And here's where the story time comes in. It's so funny. When I was younger, man, I used to date like 5, 10 people at the same time. I didn't give a shit, right? Like I'm 18, 19. I don't care. I dated who I want. I didn't care. And even after my first divorce, same thing, right? I didn't care. Like, sure, I'll date 5 people. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to marry you guys anyway, you know? But after this last divorce, because I was married for 15 years. So after this last divorce, I made myself not date seriously for almost a year. And to be honest, I didn't really want to. I didn't really want to. Because I knew that I needed to be okay with me. I needed to be okay with me first. And I knew from that relationship, I was fucked up. And so I needed to fix those things as well. And it's really funny because that was 2019. In that time, between 2019, May of 2019, and now, June of 2025, that is 6 years. I have dated that many people. That many people. One for 8 months, one for a year, and one for a year. Have I gone out on a date here and there? Yes. But now it's like few and far between. And I was thinking about it the other day because there's, people ask me out or whatever. And I always say no. And I'm like, why do you always say no? Like, you don't know if that person, that might be your person and you're saying no. You know what I mean? That might be your soulmate and you're saying no. And instantly I had the answer and I didn't like the answer because I was like, oh no, bitch, shadow work, shit, fuck, no. It was because I'm scared. Because I'm scared. Because what if I have to share my time again? What if I have to support somebody again? What if, do you see what I mean? Like, I started going through all of these fears and I was like, well, that's not fair. That's not fair to anybody. It's not fair to me. It's not fair to the universe. It's not fair to the person that maybe I need to be with or whatever. But we get in that mindset. It doesn't matter if you're moving, if you're looking for a job, if you're looking for a relationship or leaving a relationship, or you're looking for your spiritual path. It doesn't matter. Fear will stop you every single fucking time. And I had to have a talk with myself. And the reason I'm telling you this is because I hope it helps, Brett. The reason I hope you see the parallels. Yesterday I was sitting outside because I have been stressing out about moving. And what's funny is, like I said, it's literally about what I'm going to leave here and what I'm going to take. Like, what kind of my clothes am I leaving here? And what kind of clothes am I taking? Like, I've been stressed about that shit. And I'm like, this is the dumbest shit to stress about. But I was sitting outside and I was thinking, why am I worried about that kind of shit? Right? Why am I worried about that kind of shit? Why am I having a problem making a decision and sticking with it? Whereas I've not had this problem ever. Fear. A lot of the reason that we all are stagnant right now, that we feel like we can't grow, that we feel whatever is going on, it's an underlying aspect of fear. Because, like I said towards the beginning of this, that we're bombarded all the time with everything. And I have been watching a lot of the news over the last 4 days. And I realized, bitch, you got to stop that. You got to stop that. Because I watch the news and I plant my feet. Because I'm like, well, but what if? What if? And that makes the fear go up. You can't put yourself on hold for fear. You can't put yourself on hold for the what ifs. Like, right before I got on this live, I was just kind of scrolling on the For You page, and so on. And I came across a video where this guy was like, oh yeah, there's 3 asteroids that are behind Venus right now that are headed this way. And if they're going to hit, we're only going to have like 2 weeks notice. What are you going to do? And my first reaction was the Steve Carell movie. I was like, well, bet, bitch. Like, what am I going to do in 2 weeks, And then the other part was the fear, the underlying fear, right? And I thought, well, what the fuck? Like, I mean, if I'm in Oklahoma or Pennsylvania, that's far enough from the ocean. I started like going through that in my head. And I was like, you know what? That's a what if. That's a what if. Being scared about stuff is a what if. And it makes you stagnant. It makes you stagnant. And when you allow yourself to be stagnant because of what ifs and because of fear, you get complacent. And when you get complacent, you don't move, and then you get more stagnant. And then, you know what I mean? Like, it's a downward spiral from there. I'm not saying not to think about the what ifs, because you have to. You have to be prepared for things. But at the same time, the what ifs will hold you back completely. With your cards here, you have completion, expediency, support, like all of the things that everybody wants at the end, and play and so on. I find it interesting that you have the safe travel in the middle. This cracked me up. When I turned this card over, I giggled. I giggled. Because I know you have a trip coming up next week. Because I know you have a trip coming up next week. And I giggled. I fucking giggled. So maybe the thing that's going to kick your booty out of being stagnant is found on that trip, because that is the safe travels card. Did you also notice that there's a wave in the middle? Did you notice that? We talked about waves a while ago. We talked about wings a while ago. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I do find the ancestor card interesting. I do. I would lean into that a little bit. I would lean into that a little bit. I'm just saying. But right now, in this moment, just be Brett. Just be Brett in this moment right now. Just saying. Okay. All right. That makes sense. That makes me happy. Makes me happy. I may have gotten caramel macchiato cappuccino mix, and then I add cinnamon, and then I add some whipped cream, and then I add some mocha, and it's like the best thing in the world ever. A little bit of pinch of ginger, best thing in the world ever. You going to Disney again in a couple months? Oh my God. I have not been since I was 16. Since I was 16. All right, Mary Z. Big Rise of the Universe wants you to know. Okay. In regard to your practice. Okay. Are you on the right track, or do you need to shift? Universal, I loved Universal. When I was 16, we went on like a family vacation, and we went to Universal and to Disney. I loved them both, man. I did. I loved them both. I loved them both. But what sucks is I can't ride roller coasters now. So I don't really go to theme parks anymore. I would go just to walk around, I think. I would just be the old person that walks around now, but... You think you ate more than going on rides at Universal? I mean, yeah. I love roller coasters. I did love roller coasters. Like, that was the faster, the more flippy flips, the more whatever. I love roller coasters. But after getting, I noticed that over the years I couldn't ride them as much. The last time I rode anything at all that wasn't like a train through something was in 2018, the fall of 2018. I used to love the zipper. Like, I used to love the zipper. And because of the epilepsy and all of that shit, I just can't. So I got off of the zipper, and I felt drunk for almost 3 days. And I was like, okay, no, can't do that anymore. So yeah. So no roller coasters for me anymore. It makes me sad because I like them a lot. All right, Miss Mary. You have Hawthorne, which is culture, communication, and meditation. The transmute card. I love the transmute card. I love the transmute card. And paradox. Okay. Okay. With regard to what you asked about, I'm like, okay. I feel like the universe is fucking with you right now. Good things happen, but then you're trying to transmute bad things into good things, but then you have this paradoxical shit happening. So you don't know if the good thing is really a good thing or if it's a bad thing in disguise. Before I turn these other two cards over, because to be honest, when I saw this, I was like, okay. But then the paradox card, that is the universe fucking with you. Healing energy. Okay. Didn't really help, but it did. Here's what I'm going to recommend before we turn these cards over and find out where to go from here. You have something going on, and I'm going to give you a few examples of what this could be. You have something going on that it's almost causing you to be paranoid about everything. And I mean, the world, obviously, but this is something specific with you. Okay? You have days where you're like super happy, where everything is going your way, where communication just rolls awesome, you feel great, and then all of a sudden there's this other thing that happens and you don't know how to take it, if it's good or if it's bad. You have all of this stuff getting transmuted. Somebody will take your good energy, transmute it into something else, and then it's like this whole paradoxical shit starts happening all the time. My advice is going to be this because of these cards. A, it makes me kind of mad because I legit feel like somebody is fucking with you. And I say somebody, but I think it's the universe in general. I don't think it's like, oh, Sheila down the street. I think that it's the universe in general. And it's bullshit that the universe does this, but I'm going to tell you why, because the healing energy card. The universe will fuck with us when we don't know what we want. When we don't know what we want, the universe will fuck with us. When we are on the right course, the universe will fuck with us. Keep that in mind. When we're on the right course, the universe will fuck with you. When you know that you're making all of these moves, taking all of these steps, taking this job or doing this or going to this event or whatever, when you're doing all the things that you're supposed to be doing so that you're on the right path, the universe will fuck with you and all these paradoxes will come up. It's like moving into your dream house. You get all of the deposits paid. You get everything's moved in, and then you find out that there's pipes busted under the house in the basement, and now you have to have the whole basement dug up. That's bullshit, right? Like, that's bullshit. You just got everything you manifested, and then bullshit. That's like finding the perfect person for you, right? This amazing person comes in your life. You've been dating for like 2 years, right? They ask you to get married. You're planning this wedding. And then suddenly somebody from their past comes in and everything's on hold. That's bullshit, right? Like, it's bullshit. I use those examples because those are easy for everyone to imagine. Does that make sense? When you're on your right path, the universe will do everything it can to pull you off. It's a test. We all hate it in the movies when people are like, oh, you went through this test. Or you know you're being tested. We hate it, right? Like, nobody wants to be tested. Period. Nobody wants to be tested. Like, let me just show you how cool I am. I don't want to be tested about it. But how did you know in school where you were if you didn't have exams? Does that make sense? You didn't know how much you still needed to learn or what you needed to go back over without a test. So this healing energy, the paradoxical things that have been happening lately, especially when you feel good, when your emotions are good, your energy is good, and then poof, stupid shit happens. Those things are all a test of how you're going to handle those things. Are you going to let it stop you? Are you going to sit down and be like, poor pitiful me? Are you going to be like, fuck you, watch me do this shit? Like, it's a test. It's a test. I want you guys to consider every single time some shit happens, when you know, because when you're on the right path, you know in your gut that you're going the right way. You can't explain it to anybody else, but you know you're going the right way, right? And then shit happens. I want you to think of it as a placement test. As a placement test. So every time some shit happens, that's a placement exam. You're getting everything you want, right? Let's talk about the relationship, right? Like, you've been dating for 2 years, everything's been great, you're planning a wedding, and somebody from the past comes in and you feel like suddenly the brakes are getting put on, even though your significant other's like, no, like, I still want to move forward, like they were in the past, and so on. This is a placement test. Are you going to be jealous? Are you going to cause problems? Are you going to act up, etc.? Are you going to call the wedding off? Do you see what I mean? It's a placement test. If you're trying to move forward in your job, and let's say that you're up for a promotion, you got the promotion, the job, your boss is like, you got the promotion, you know, you're going to move into this office on Friday, blah, 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 blah. Well, then somebody else that is more qualified than you comes in and is like, well, I was putting in for that promotion, blah, 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 blah. Starts to cause problems. You've already got the job. You've already signed the paperwork. What are you worried about? But you're still going to worry, right? You're still going to worry, right? It's a placement test. It's a placement test. So I would look at whatever is going on, and this is for all of y'all. I would look at whatever is going on, whatever this paradoxical shit that's happening, and see what kind of shadow work test that is. Because that's usually what it is a shadow work test. That's usually what it is. What kind of shadow work shit is going on? The reason I say it that way is because of that healing energy card. You can't make this up. Then you have versatility. You can't make this up. And the Lady of Mask, which is reclaiming yourself. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. All of this is just a placement exam, Miss Mary. All of it. Look at it that way. It's just a fucking placement exam. So just step back and look at the problem itself, like if you were telling your friend how to handle the problem. Hey, Sam. Yeah, the whoever it is that was reporting me the other day, there's no gifts for 7 days because, you know, whatever. It's so funny too. I had to fight my own petty self because I appealed the first two and they went through. Like, yes, appeal granted. But this last one didn't. And it's because somebody kept reporting me over and over and over. And so they said it was because I was pandering for money. I'm like, are you fucking serious right now? And then I literally get on and I see people doing the NPC thing. What? They even have it in their thing. Like, one gift equals this. I'm like, what? So I put a donation link on my link tree because fuck them. Because fuck them. Fuck them. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's absolute bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. I just don't understand because they just have like a bot that's going through. So they don't no person actually looks at those. No person actually looks at those. When somebody reports somebody, and it's really funny too, because there's no rhyme or reason of which report is going to stick. It's the weirdest thing. I've seen people be almost booty hole out to the world on here. I have seen people, I have heard some things on here that I'm like, my jaw hit the floor. I'm like, how are you live saying that? Like, what? And they just keep going, like they're not getting reported. So I'm like, I don't understand what's going on. And then there's a lot of times where it just instantly will stick. And then somebody's like, I didn't do that in my life. I've seen so many creators make videos like, I got banned for, you know, this. You can go back and watch the live stream. It's on my YouTube. None of this was in there, but it's like this. It's a bot that goes through. And so, yeah. So it's dumb. So I put a donation link up because fuck that shit. Because fuck that shit. But it's really funny I have that restriction, but yet it still makes me put up a gift goal every time. Why are you making me put up a gift goal if you have me on restriction? Ho. You know what I mean? Like, it's irritating. It's irritating. Yeah, just like, yeah, they don't have anybody actually looking at it. It's to the bull, to the shit. All right. Don't look at me on. Sheena is next. You got it. You got it. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. And Suzanne and Kirby, I see you guys in here now, and y'all were the first two I read for. So as soon as I get done with this, I'll be downloading it. I will have it up tonight, just so you know. It makes no sense at all. It makes no sense at all. And Kirby, I know I haven't emailed you back yet. Oh, I'm sorry, Suzanne. I know I haven't emailed you back yet. I have not been able to think very clearly with this fucking headache bullshit. So, yeah. So, forgive me. Forgive me. I will get it to you. All right, Sheena. I feel like you have some big decision coming up. We're going to check the sugar. We may have to take a trip downstairs, or I may have to just, I may have to go downstairs in search of some Tylenol. I'm so sick of it raining. I am like beyond sick of it raining. I'm beyond sick of the headache shit. Oh, good. It looks like most of it's moving away. Good. Good. Oh, so you do have a big decision. Okay. Because when I was drawing, I made two piles. Like I've got one here, and something in the middle. So responsibility and blessed day. Okay. And then freedom and the elixir of life on the other side. Before I turn this middle card over, are you trying to make a decision to leave something? Because that's what I get. Job, relationship, move. Are you trying to make a decision to leave something? Grounding. Moving. Okay. That's leaving something. That's leaving something. You're leaving behind a place where you're comfortable. You know what I mean? Yeah. Grounding. Okay. First of all, let me say this because we're going to skip to the end. Let me say this. Whatever this changes, when I said, you know, are you leaving something? It is the right move. You're fearful of the freedom. Okay. It is the right move. 100%. It is the right move. Mainly because that elixir of life card is right there too. This freedom is going to show you going to show you all of the things you've been missing. It's going to show you and allow you to have the freedom to make experiences. And I said it that way on purpose because a lot of times we don't realize that it's up to us to make the experiences. It's not just the experience happens to us. Sometimes it does. But when you move to a new place, and this right here, these first two cards, the responsibility card tells me that you've been staying in the same place because you feel responsible either for that house or people around you or job, whatever it is. You feel that there's a responsibility there. And if you move, then it's kind of like shucking that responsibility. And you've been, I would bet, because of this blessed day card, everything has gone exactly how you needed it to go with the move. Like you found the right place. You have the job that you like. Everything has been going for the most part how it's supposed to. Nothing ever goes right in a move. But also the people around you at this other place where you feel the responsibility, they're probably trying to make it to where it's more enticing for you to stay. You know, well, if you stay, just like a job, if you tell them you're going to quit, well, we can give you a raise or, you know, we can give you a better days off, or like they try to make it enticing, right? Sometimes. So that is making you second guess all of this. And I think it's funny that your read is after Mary's, where I just was saying that the universe will test you hardcore when you're on the right path. So suddenly everybody flip-flopping and being nice and so on about it. It's a test. It's literally an exam. But I want you to remember they're only flip-flopping because they're afraid you're going to move. They're afraid you're going to leave. They're afraid that they're not going to have you there for XYZ anymore. If they weren't that way before you said that you were going to move, they're not going to stay that way if you stay there. Because the freedom card and the elixir of life card are over here at the end, that tells me that you almost have to make this move. This is what's going to be required for you to move forward in anything else you want to do in your life. It is required for anything else. If you really want to move forward with yourself, with your spiritual path, with career, with money, with whatever, you have to make the move. You have to leave where you're at right now. Okay? But the middle card is interesting because this is grounding. Everybody has a different type of grounding. Sometimes it's sitting in a hot bath. That's my favorite. Or sitting on the porch with all the plants. Sometimes it's those things, right? And so you have to make sure that you are grounding yourself. You want to be grounding yourself. And it really is that easy. I don't think that you need to do some big old ritual. I don't think that you need to do some big massive ass, whatever. I don't know. Sometimes we forget that grounding ourselves is way easier than we make it. It's way easier than we make it. Story time. I love plants. I have so many plants in my house. And they all have names. I talk to them. I give them kisses on their little leafies. But earlier this week, I was feeling very, very ungrounded, even though I'm taking a hot bath. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Some of it was the headache, but with moving is a big thing, right? And so I was in Tulsa. I had taken my kid over to visit her grandma who was in the hospital. And it was just me by myself. And I was like, well, I don't really want to go home yet. Because if I go home, then I'm going to work. And I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to go home. So I was going to pull into this big nursery that I've always wanted to go to. And then I thought, no, my kid will be upset if I go do that without her. So I pulled back out of the parking lot and I was like, but I want plants. Like, I want plants. So I went to Home Depot and I, walked around outside, got some planty plants. And I got home and I'm arranging them outside and so on and so forth. And I sat in my swing out there on the porch and I just looked around. I just took this big old deep breath and I was like, this is what I needed. This is what I needed. It wasn't going to spend money. It was just the greenery, the grounding aspect of that. And I thought, oh, bitch, you haven't put your feet in the grass in a long time. It's been a week. It's been a week. And I mean, I'm sure that if anybody ever listens to me talk to myself, they'd be like, this bitch is crazy. Because I am on my porch like you have not. I mean, I was talking to myself. I'm like, you have not gone and stood in the grass. But it was kind of rainy and the grass was wet. So then I was like, yeah, but then it's going to feel gross. And then my shoes are going to be wet inside and blah, 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 blah. This bitch, go fucking put your feet in the grass. So I put my feet in the grass. So I put my feet in the grass and I stood out there in the rain for a minute until it got really cold. And since that moment, I have felt so much more grounded. I have felt so much better. Sometimes it really is that simple. Sometimes grounding really is that simple. We try to make it way too complicated and it doesn't have to be. So every time that you're feeling the anxiety of this move and the responsibility like weighing on you, just sit for a minute. Whether it's go take a hot shower, go take a hot bath, go stand outside in the dirt, like whatever it is, just stand outside in the air, take the kids on a walk at the park, like something like that. It really is that simple. I promise. It really is that simple. But yes, this move is fantastic. Yes, this move needs to happen for you to move forward. Yes, this move needs to happen to show you all of the things you've been missing. That makes sense? Samantha Perez. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Thank you for that. I have a feeling that somebody else needed to hear this too, Sheena. So thank you, because A, thank you for letting me read for you today, and B, I guarantee you somebody else needed to hear that today. I guarantee you. Dude, they've been making me mad all week. They've been making me mad all week, Sam. All week. The other thing that's pissing me off too, and I will never do this. I will never, hear me, TikTok. I will never do this. They're trying to now capitalize on all the tarot readers and stuff like that. And so they're pushing us to do appointments on TikTok. They're pushing us to do services on TikTok. Bitch, no. You can't even give me my little blue check mark with all of the things that I have. You can't even give me a blue check mark. And then, oh, my nose is itching. Somebody's talking about me big time. And then, I see how much money they take. When you guys gift, I see how much money they take out of that. So, because I gift people and I know how much I get. Like from one galaxy, I know how much it costs me because that price went up. And I know how much someone gets from the galaxy. You know what I mean? Like, I see both sides of it. So, I'm like, oh, I see you bitches. But yeah, they're trying to push that. I have told you guys, God, whoever's talking about me, stop, please. Please, 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 please. Unless it's good, but then just calm down. I have made sure over the last, 5 years, I have told you guys, if it doesn't go through my website, it's not me, right? Right? If it doesn't go through my website, it's not me. I'm just going to leave that right there. Paula, this is your first one with me, what? I thought that was Vlad. I'm so sick of seeing shit out of the corner of my eye. I'm so sick of it. Awesome. I'm glad you're here. Let's take a potty break real quick. I'm going to run downstairs and get some Tylenol because I took ibuprofen a while ago. So now it's Tylenol time. So y'all have like a minute, 2 minutes. Yeah. You should, Marlena. Yeah. If not, I will have it up tonight. So yeah. Heather, because trolls be trolling. So y'all have like a minute. I gotta go get some Tylenol. So my eyes don't pop out of my brain. Zeus says, hi Zeus says. Hi Super. Hi Super. I don't want to scare you. Hi Zeus says. Oh, there him is. I didn't want to scare you. You're the cutest little tiny dog. So if y'all have ever had a dog that can't hear, we had one when I was younger. That's a whole story. But Zeus is old. He can't see very well. And he can't hear very well. And so I've scared him a couple times. I almost thought I dropped my Excedrin. I scared him a couple of times, like a month and a half, 2 months ago. So I'm real careful now. He was laying at the top of the stairs and he's like this big, you know, he's like the littlest tiny thing. So that, I don't know if y'all heard me, but I try to like step on the carpet so he can feel the vibrations, without scaring him. But that took me a minute. What did my daughter think of the cookies? Oh my God. When I opened the peanut butter crunch one, she was like, get off it. she told me flat out, get off it. That one's mine. Get off it. My daughter loves peanut butter cookies. So yeah. So when I'm just saying, Mike, you made like a big fan right there with her. I was opening them up. My sugar was going down. So when I went downstairs just now, I got Excedrin, which I need to take. And then, you know, like a part of the cookies and cream one just fell in my mouth. Like it just fell in my mouth. I don't know what happened. I don't know which one of those is my favorite. The cookies and cream one or the pistachio toffee. Like those two are my favorite. But they all were good. They all were so good. Is one like banana nut? Is that what that one is? Because it tastes like banana nut bread. Yeah, Sylvie, yeah. I've had a migraine since Tuesday. Oh God, that's 3 days. Jesus. That one's good. That one's good. Like every one of them is fucking, fucking delicious. Fucking delicious. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. I was like, it has to be banana nut bread because I could taste the banana in it. Dude, I love me some banana nut bread. I do. This is why I miss my son, because he used to make bread all the time. He would make banana nut bread and zucchini bread. So good. So good. By the way, for the 100 and how many of you guys are here? On Sunday afternoon, after the Sunday sermon, I will have it up today because I'm going to talk to Allie. So I'll have it up before the event tonight. But Bodhi accidentally found out what they're having. He opened the wrong email and found out what they're having. So instead of doing a big gender reveal in August, we're going to do it Sunday on a live stream. So. So yeah. All right, Miss Paula. Yeah, I feel bad because I know that Allie wanted to do a big, really cool gender reveal thing. So I feel bad. So I'm going to ask for you guys' help in August. We're going to have to do it on the quiet. Who got the sticker? Who you think? She just wanted the cookie. Yeah, it's already on my laptop. Yeah. Yeah, she just wanted the cookie. So yeah. But I am going to need you guys' help. I'm going to ask for your help in August. Because her family's coming in from Ecuador. And it's also my son's birthday. And so we're going to be doing a big baby shower. And I want it to be like, she loves Harry Potter. And she loves How to Train Your Dragon. So we got to do some shit. We got to do some fun shit. And make Allie have like the biggest baby shower. Because she wasn't sure she was going to be able to have babies, to have kids. So this is a big, big deal for her. And I feel bad because I know that she really wanted the gender reveal. So we have to go over the top for that baby shower. Period. So I'm going to ask for y'all's help with that. I mean, I think so too. But, so yeah. So Sunday, we'll find out if it's a little witch or a little wizard coming. And everybody's like, well, what do they want? I think that they're both just so happy. It's a dragon. Yes, I have her making an Amazon list right now. She was like, well, I don't really know what to put. I was like, diapers. Diapers, like Allie, diapers. I told her that I would help her. I was like, I'll help you. She's never really been around somebody that just had a baby, so she doesn't know. So I was like, I'll help you, kiddo. So she's got one made, and I just need to go through and help her add some stuff to it. You know what I mean? Another trip. Yeah. That's what I told her. I was like, you know, everybody, if you followed me for any length of time, then you know Bodhi and you know Allie. And so I was like, everybody loves you, kiddo. So like, I love you. I miss you. I miss her being here to ship stuff on Saturdays. But no, I didn't cut my hair. It's just pulled up. I cut my bangs a little bit, and my cowlicks are cowlicking today. But yeah. That's what I told her, Twitch. I was like, all the sizes. And I was like, even the bigger sizes, because there's going to come a time when you forget to go to the store one day after work and you're like, oh no, I've only got 2 diapers left. And because they're on a military base, the stores close at a certain time, and then they have to go all the way off base. You know, I don't think they can really just DoorDash shit. So I'm like, you know, there's going to come a time. Just saying. So yeah. All right. Miss Paula's been waiting very patiently, so. Yeah, that's the thing, Brandon, is that like with Bodhi, who was it? I'm trying to remember. It was somebody I worked with that it was, I swear, like every other week when I was pregnant, they brought me a package of diapers. And I'm like, and they were bringing me like size 3, 2, 3, 4, like stuff like that. And I was like, I don't even, like, he's not even born yet. Like, I don't know what kind of, you know, what size he's going to need yet. She was like, you're going to need him. Trust me. You're going to need him. Trust me. And she was an older lady. Like, all her grandkids were grown up, you know, and she was like, just take them. And they came in so helpful so many times, because I just stashed them in the house and forgot about them. You know what I mean? What are the dolls that I make called? They're poppets. So yeah. All right, Paula, your first reading, and you don't know what to ask. Well, then let's do a where you are and where you're going. How about that? But yeah, we'll have all that up by Sunday. But tonight, before the podcast filming tonight, I will have the event up on Sunday so you guys can come and be a part of it. And I asked their permission too. I was like, would it be okay? Because I know that so many of you guys love them. So I was like, would it be okay? And Allie was like, absolutely. And yeah, I think that I just want to make it a big thing for her. You know what I mean? Because I know she had her heart set on this big gender reveal. And yeah, so I just want to make it as special as I can for her on Sunday. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So yeah, I just want to make it a special thing for her. Because she's a good kid. She's a good kid. She has really whipped my son into shape. I'll just say that. He's grown up so much since he's been with her. And they're both doing so fantastic. And I don't know. She's a good person. She's a good person. And that makes me happy. Because there are so many not good people that my son could have married. You know what I mean? So yeah. So I just want to make it special for her. And for him. It's their first baby, you know? All right. Miss Paula. Do a couple extra cards. All right, ready? So you have El Shaddai, which is wisdom and paternalism and kindness. And then you have boundaries. So this is where you are right now. So what this tells me is that, just like I was talking about with Allie, you're a kind person. You're a good person. You do everything you can to be the light. You do everything you can to be nice, to be loving, to be kind, to do things for other people. The boundaries card on top of that tells me that you're working really hard to set boundaries with the people that have been taking advantage of that. Because unfortunately, people will 100% take advantage of kind people. They take advantage of good people all the time. So I hate that you're having to learn how to put boundaries in place, but I'm proud of you at the same time. Because the thing is, that is too quiet. We don't need that. Because the thing is, whenever we start setting boundaries, we don't hear a lot, I'm proud of you. We hear people complain. When we set boundaries, the people that have been taking advantage of us, all they want to do is complain about it. That's all they want to do is complain. So I just feel like I need to tell you I'm proud of you several times. Don't stop being a good person. Don't stop being kind. But continue to set the boundaries. Don't let the people taking advantage of you cause you to not be kind, because the world needs more of that. Big time. The world needs more of that. In the middle, we're going to save that for a second. But where you're going is the matriarch, which is rejection and consequences and opportunities. And practical intuition. So that makes me want to ask, if you've been stepping out into a more spiritual way of living. I don't want to say spiritual path because I don't think that's right. I think what you've been stepping out into doing is more of being in touch with you, being in touch with your spiritual path. I want to see these cards in the middle. Self-acceptance and mindfulness. I really love this. I really, really do. I really love this. Have you just started getting into spiritual stuff? Like really just jumping in with both feet? The self-acceptance here, to all of it. Okay. The self-acceptance here is, it's coming. Let's say that. It's coming. I'm just going to say it that way. It's coming. Setting boundaries and... Let me start over. Learn everything you can. Learn everything you can. The boundaries will come easier and easier and easier as you practice them. They suck at first. They're really hard at first. But they will come easier and easier and easier. When you start learning everything you can, and here's my advice. Find things that are audiobooks, like spiritual things that are audiobooks, whether it's on Spotify or Audible or YouTube, but the full book, okay? Listen to it while you sleep. Listen to it while you sleep. I had to kind of train myself to do this because I used to have it quiet to sleep. Not anymore. If you already have to have noise to sleep, you're golden. But start listening to these audiobooks while you sleep. And I know a lot of people are like, well, I'm not going to hear it. I'm not going to remember it. You will. You will, I promise. You'll be in the middle of doing something and be like, for some reason, I feel like I need to do this and this and this, because you listened to it in that book while you're sleeping. Listen to one book all the way through, then listen to another. I about 4 to 5 nights a week, I listen to an audiobook while I sleep. Start with beginner spirituality books. You've always had faith that there was more, but not that you had a place. Okay. Start listening to those books. I know that sounds very basic. And it is. But a lot of people don't do this. A lot of people don't do this. They try to sit down and read, and they try to force time in a day that they don't have. Y'all have all heard the saying, like, you can't get blood from a turnip, right? If you are so busy that you don't have time in the day, and you think, okay, at night I'm going to sit down and I'm going to read 10 minutes till I fall asleep, and you sit down and like you're asleep, because that's usually what happens to me, you're not reading, right? But a lot of the knowledge that you need to learn to be in the spiritual realm, to be on your path, to be whatever it is that you want to be, that Paula wants to be, that Paula needs to be, just listen to those while you sleep. Like it's a little cheat, it's a little hack. Listen to it while you sleep. The other thing is this, and this is something that a lot of people don't take into account. You can't just listen to spiritual stuff. And this is where this comes in. The self-acceptance and the mindfulness. This is this part, okay? You can't just listen to spiritual stuff. This is for any religion. You have to listen to some philosophy as well. You do. For people that are newer to the spiritual practice, Alan Watts is my favorite. Alan Watts is my favorite for those of you guys that are new to the spiritual practice. And you can find his audiobooks on YouTube. You can find them on Audible. You can find them on Spotify. I don't know if they're on Pandora. I think so. But find the full book, not just snippets and videos. Carl Jung is the next one, and that is shadow work. But start with Alan Watts, because Alan Watts has a very interesting perspective on all kinds of different spiritual paths. The 4 Ways to Center is my favorite one to tell people to listen to, and there's a big reason why. Because in the 4 Ways to Center, listen to it in his voice, okay? He goes through all these different practices. He goes through Taoism. He goes through Confucianism. He goes through Buddhism. He goes through all these different practices. And as you're listening to it, you're going to see that the vast majority of them are the same. But start with the 4 Ways to Center. That's Alan Watts. Yes, Mike, Alan Watts. Listen to a few of his, right? Then start listening to some Carl Jung. Carl Jung is a little harder to listen to sometimes. Alan Watts has a great, verb to his voice. I don't know how to explain that. Vibe, verb, reverb, whatever. He has a great voice, and so it's easy to listen to him over and over. Carl Jung's a little harder to listen to a little bit because he has these big pauses and he's a little harder to listen to, but listen to Carl Jung as well. The other thing I'm going to say is this. It's not just spiritual philosophy that you want to listen to. I talk about a book called The Art of War all the time. And I used to not, because I thought, people are going to think that's dumb. Why would you want to listen to The Art of War when you're trying to be a peaceful person? Because you can't be peaceful if you're not prepared for the other thing. Does that make sense? The Art of War also has some amazing strategies in it just for daily life. Just for daily life. The Tao Te Ching is also another fantastic one. I would highly recommend that one too. Listen to those kind of philosophical books. I listen to a lot of Buddhism books and Hinduism books, and Zen Buddhism is one of my favorites. That's the type of Buddhism that I practice. If y'all don't know about Zen Buddhism, I'm going to let you learn. But there's a lot of spell work in Zen Buddhism, just saying. But Alan Watts is where you should start. Ram Dass is also a really good one. RAMMDASS, Ram Dass. He's a fantastic one. Listening to some of the modern days philosophers are fantastic. They are fantastic. They will give you a better view over yourself, over mindfulness, over self-acceptance, over spiritual boundaries, etc. I don't recommend, when you're brand new to spirituality, diving down a lot of the lost books of the Bible or, Hermeticism or things like that. Those are higher level. And if you start to listen to those immediately, you're going to be like, my brain hurts. I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am. You're going to get frustrated. A lot of people start to read stuff that they don't have the base for it yet. Does that make sense? No. You're fine, divinely. You're fine. But I see a lot of people that they'll message the site or they'll message me or whatever, and they want to know about all of these things, right? These high level magic books. And I'm like, okay, how long have you been practicing? If you've been practicing 10 years, cool. If you've been practicing 10 days, not so cool. Son of a bitch. Okay. Woo. But the modern day philosophers, and here's the thing, I don't even recommend Freud. Not yet. Not yet. None of the ancient Greek philosophers, none of the ancient Roman philosophers, none. Not yet. Modern day philosophers. Alan Watts, Carl Jung, Ram Dass. In fact, Ram Dass has a book called Becoming Nobody. That is the one I recommend y'all start with. Those will help you get a better grasp on yourself, on the acceptance, on the mindfulness. But also be listening to the spiritual crazy books too. Listen to Ride a Silver Broomstick is a good one. That's a really, really good beginner book. Let's look. I don't have all my books unpacked, but here we go. This one is a really good one. New World Witchery. I don't know if you can listen to this one or not, but this is a good one. This is North American Folk Magic. Corey Thomas Hutcherson. But yeah, this is a really good one. New World Witchery is a good one. I had some other ones that I thought were right here, but they are not. But listen to some of these new, like, new age beginner books. They're going to be great. I promise. I promise. Because where you're going, Paula, is full of opportunities. And tapping into your intuition is key in doing that. I love that there are people that are still getting into spirituality. I do. Because I've seen like the ebb and flow with it since the shutdown. I've seen the ebb and flow with it for over a decade, but especially since the shutdown, I see it get really, really cool and then not so cool, and really, really cool and not so cool. So I always get excited when there are people that are still getting into it and that are finding their footing and finding their path. That makes me really, really happy. Y'all don't realize the kind of opportunities that come along with trusting your gut and your intuition. It's not just a safety thing. The opportunities that come along with trusting your gut are key. They are. Story time. The place that I bought, the new place that I bought, I found that place. I was looking in Oklahoma. I'm not going to lie. I was looking in Oklahoma. I was looking in Colorado. I had a short list of places. The only reason I was looking in Oklahoma is because my kid still wants to go to college here. And I was like, well, you know, it is central. It's, you know, pretty easy to fly in and out of, you know, 10 hours to Denver, 10 hours to New Orleans. You know what I mean? Like, it's a pretty easy, pretty central. And so the parts of Pennsylvania I was looking in is not where the place that I bought is. I was looking in the Poconos. I was looking in the Appalachian Mountains, in the you know, the pieces of mountain ranges that come off. I was looking there. Like Philadelphia area. I was looking there. And in no way did I have Western Pennsylvania on my radar. And I was sitting in the bathtub one day and I was talking to Sass, and I talk a lot. Just so you know, Sass and I talk a lot. It's always nice to have a bestie that you can just fucking talk to all the time. But I was sitting in the bathtub because I was so mad. I was just mad. I was frustrated. Everything that I found either... Here's the problem with Oklahoma. And I know that this way everywhere, but it's really, really bad here. There are a lot of sundown towns here. And it's not just because of your skin. It's because of your skin. Because of your hair. But Oklahoma is full of some of the most gorgeous oil houses. If you like Art Deco, some of the houses that I was finding, in a heartbeat, I would be like, bitch, yes. But I also know how small towns are here. So I'm not going to put my money and my time and my business into a place that's going to, you know what I mean? So I was really frustrated. Because even though I don't care for some of the climate here, what is left of my family is in Oklahoma. You know, my mom's buried here. My grandparents are buried here. My family's buried here. But at the same time, I just like it. But I do love it. It's weird. It's a love-hate relationship. My eyeball's itching. So I'm sitting in the bathtub talking to Sass, and I'm just like, rah, 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 rah. You know, like, I'm like, God damn it, like, rah, rah, rah. Everything I find falls through. Rah, 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 rah. And she sent me a listing for some, I don't even remember where it was. I think it was North Carolina or something. I don't know. She sent me a listing. And I'm looking at it on Zillow, and I'm like, yeah, that's really cool, but I don't know about the Carolinas because y'all have fucking hurricanes, and I don't know if I want to do hurricanes, right? So I'm scrolling down, I'm looking at all the amenities this property has. And then I'm like, what is that? What is that? Look at that. And it was like a link to another site, which Zillow never does, by the way. Zillow wants you to stay on Zillow, right? Like they want you to do something through the Zillow, right? This was a link to another website, another realtor website. And there was this place. And I was like, let's look at that. Let's look at that. As soon as I saw this place, I was like, that's my place. That's my place. And I sent it to Sass. I was like, look at this shit. And she was like, bitch, that, what? What? She was like, this isn't what you were looking at all. I was like, I know, but look at it. And that was it. I knew, period. I knew before I went to look at it that I was going to buy it. But I will tell you this. In trusting my intuition, do you remember when I was talking about tests? There has been test after test after test after test with this. After test. But trust your intuition, Paula. All of that to say, your intuition is not always just to protect you from stuff. Your intuition is to make sure that you are on the right path as well. So trust your intuition. Trust your intuition. It will lead you to some amazing, amazing opportunities. Amazing opportunities. I know, I know, I know. One fun thing about being diabetic and having a migraine, when you're diabetic and you're in pain, it makes your sugar shoot up. When you're diabetic and you're sick, it makes your sugar shoot up. When you're diabetic and you get mad, it makes your sugar shoot up. And it's fucking stupid. So having a migraine, my sugar's been like this, up and down, up and down, up and down. It's pissing me off. It's only like 160. I keep a very tight rein on mine. So when y'all hear my thing go off, I have it set. I did have to adjust it. I was really pissed the other day. Yesterday. Here's how bad my sugar's been swinging. I have my high alarm set at 160. Like I keep a very tight rein on my sugars, right? Because I like my feet and my eyeballs and my fingers and being alive. So it's 160. It's fine. But 3 times yesterday, my thing went off that my sugar was in the 60s. And I'm like, that's not right. That can't be right. It was. It's supposed to go off yesterday. It was supposed to have gone off when it hit 80. And then it wouldn't go off until it was in the fucking 60s, like in the red. And I got pissed. And I'm like, why are you not going off? I have this because my sugar crashes. Not because my sugar is too high. I have this because my sugar crashes. So I was pissed yesterday, repeatedly. And I reset it to 90 to see if it would catch it before then. But still, last night my sugar hit the low 70s twice before it ever went off. And I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Pissed me off. It should have caught it. So, Miss Paula, did that make sense? I know that was kind of all over the place. But I hope that was what you needed to hear. Okay, good. Good. Oh, wrong deck. I need to do you know what? I just need to do a post of some good book recommendations. Yeah, Matthew, I've had mine drop. Oh, good. I'm so glad, Paula. I'm so glad. Yeah, I've had mine crash. Like, if mine goes down, it is not, my leg itches. It is not a joke. Like, it is not a joke. So, yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry, Trucking Queen. Yeah, diabetic comas aren't fun. You're trying to find my Amazon page? Like, for my book recommendations, I need to update it. I need to update it. If it dried out, you can get a little of coconut oil and add like the liquid coconut oil. Add like little bits by little bits until you get it back to the consistency you want. Because that's what happened. The oil evaporated. So yeah. Dude, yeah. Crazy sugars are fucking scary. They really are. Those of you guys that are not diabetic, you're lucky. That is a whole level of anxiety that I can't even explain, man. Like, I've gotten to where now, just because I have had so many people give me the wrong, Valerie. So I have Valerie, Amy, Christina S, Marlene, Kelly, and Amy E. So I have Amy A, then Amy E. Why there gotta be so many Amy's? Why there gotta be so many Amy's? All right, Valerie, you're next, love. But I've had so many people give me the wrong drink. Like, I drink unsweet tea or water with no ice. I don't like ice in my drinks. I'm really afraid to ask for pop anymore. Like I am. I need to cut myself off of it again anyway. But I've had people give me sweet tea. Yeah, I've had people give me sweet tea. And I'm like, this is really good. And I'm like, oh no, this is really good. You know, like I'm really, really leery. When I travel, part of my backseat is filled with my drinks. Bottled water, the tea, the bottled tea that I like, you know what I mean? Because if I stop at like Love's, the bigger truck stops, they always have all the things, right? But if I'm stopping at a little tiny gas station somewhere, you know, people don't care and they don't think and they don't care. They don't care. So yeah. What's up, Jennifer? How are you? Yeah, I think most diabetic people I know do. Like, I always have snacky snacks. I always have snacky snacks. I always have Skittles. Because when I first got diagnosed... Valerie, I'm drawing your cards, love. When I first got diagnosed, I had posted on Facebook, like, well, guess I'm diabetic, you know. And a friend of mine that I went to high school with, he's a type 1 diabetic. So he, you know, he was diabetic in school and everything like that. And he sent me a message and he was like, hey, just here's a couple of tips, you know. He was like, because I said, well, I guess I'll carry M&Ms with me all the time. And he said, no M&Ms, carry Skittles. Skittles, A, have more sugar content, and B, they don't really melt. And even if they do melt, you don't have liquid chocolate. They just melt together. You know what I mean? So I always carry Skittles. That has been my favorite. Okay. That has been my favorite piece of advice from somebody, is Skittles. But just carrying snacks. My mom was diabetic, so she always had a drink. Always had, well, 2 drinks. She always had like a big cup with her with whatever she was drinking, and then she always had a bottle of water. Because, and those of you guys that are diabetic are gonna understand this. Sometimes you get this weird thirst when your sugar is swinging or something, and it's like a panic. I don't know how to explain it to you, but I've had times where I almost went into a panic attack because suddenly I was so thirsty that I couldn't get water fast enough. And it's the weirdest fucking feeling. It is the weirdest fucking feeling to know that your body suddenly is panicking. You need water right now. And it's not even when your sugar is high or low. It just hits you. It's fucking weird. But the other weird thing, like, I always have snacks because I carry like Goldfish, the little kid packs. If y'all ever want to send me something, the kid packs, you know, the lunch packs of Goldfish or the mini Oreos, I carry those with me all the time. But yeah, I always carry those with me because there's been times in the car where I've been out in the middle of fucking nowhere. There's nowhere to stop and my sugar has gone out of nowhere. So there's stuff stashed in my car everywhere. There's stuff stashed in my car everywhere. But yeah, I always have snacky snacks. Always. Yeah, I try to carry juice as well. but sometimes it's a little hard, like when I'm traveling and it's super hot and I have found there's a lot of hotels now that don't have a refrigerator, or they don't have a freezer. So I can't refreeze my ice packs. That pisses me off. So I have to make sure that. Yeah, the orange tablets. Yeah. I carry the liquid IV. I carry the immune one that it's like tangerine or something like that. But that one will raise my sugar pretty quick. So I carry those. Yeah. Always get one for medical reasons. Okay. I'll remember that. Yeah, because if you, like with diabetic shots, they have to be kept in the refrigerator. You know, so like if I don't have a refrigerator, then yeah. All right. Valerie, what to do about the dude and you? I got you, Valerie. Let me read. Let me read for the Valerie. All right. So here's what you are. Where you are. You are the red shepherd. Oh, respite. Just reward and evaluation. So before I ever turn this card over, this tells me that not only are you looking at what to do with you and your dude, but you're looking at what to do in a lot of parts of your life, which tells me that you either just went through a dark night of the soul or you're in one right now, because you're looking at all of the things and why you're here, why you're there, yeah. And this is clarity. Can't make this shit up. By the way, this right here is one of my favorite Celtic symbols to use. It's one of my favorite Celtic symbols to use. I'll let you guys look it up. The 3 spiral Celtic symbol. It has a few different meanings, so it's going to hit each one of you differently. But the spiral is sacred in every culture. In every culture. And I guess I feel like Valerie needs to hear this. The spiral is sacred in every culture because it represents the ego to the self. So a spiral represents you going from, the 5-year-old inside of me, mine, to a bigger person, to an adult. Does that make sense? So Valerie, you're in a crazy intense space of looking at everything. And let me just say that you're not alone. Your husband passed away 2 years ago. Okay. That you're not alone. You're looking at every aspect of what's going on in your life right now. Everybody goes through this. Spiritual and non-spiritual people go through this. It can be a time of almost like a depression. Almost like a depression. When you're going through this clarity and this evaluation and you're looking at everything in your life. What's up, Misty Dawn? You're looking at everything in your life. It can feel like a depression because you're taking an inventory of everything. Everything on your desk. Everything in your closet. Everything up here. Everything in here. Where your house is. What your job. Like you're taking an inventory of like everything. And it gets overwhelming. I have a feeling that's where you are. That you're at this overwhelming part right now. I'm going to say, just for today, just for the next 24 hours, until let's say noon tomorrow, just step back from all of it. Just step back from all of it. Any of the things that you're processing through, trying to get clarity, just step back. And when it starts to pop into your head, no. I mean, have something. One of the things that I do, because my brain's a dick. And so I try to meditate. I try to calm down. I try to go sit outside. And my brain's like, blah, 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 like 50 things start going off. So when it gets too much, if you have something physical that you can do, like right now my nails are really sharp, so I'm going to be really careful. But if you were to poke yourself with your fingernails, or even, just like with your thumbnail or something like that, I say that because that's easy for everybody to do, even if you don't have nails or pinch yourself or something, because when you have a little bit of pain, it immediately pulls your brain out of whatever you're doing into that. I'm not saying hurt yourself, okay? So please don't think that I'm saying that. But just squeezing your hand together like that, like, oh, you know, it tells your brain immediately shifts from, well, what would happen if I left so-and-so and I quit my job and I moved to, you know, Tibet and became a monk. It goes from like this deep, I'm planning to move to Tibet, to, oh, that hurt. What the fuck? You know, like it pulls you right back into the moment. So do something like that, Valerie, literally for the next 24 hours. For the next 24 hours. Just step back for a minute, okay? I understand needing to make some final decisions. And the fact that you said final decisions, just pause and step back. Okay? So this is him over here. So this is the ageless. So this is wisdom, graciousness, healing, acceptance. Okay. Divine connection. This is why you're having a problem cutting things off. Before I turn this middle card over, I'm going to tell you exactly why you're having a problem cutting things off. Because that's where you're at, right? Trying to decide, do you stay or do you go? Story time. Story time. Some of you guys know that a little over a year and a half ago, I was engaged, right? I was engaged. I had been dating somebody for a while, and we didn't match, really. We did and we didn't. Does that make sense? We did and we didn't. And I couldn't figure out what it was that drew me to this person so hardcore. And I had this realization about a month before I ended the relationship, that the reason I was with that person was because I saw the good things in a relationship that I had lost. The relationship I had lost had gotten so toxic and so bad that I walked away from it. And I had not given myself really the time to grieve. So I was drawn to him because he represented all of the good things in the person that I missed. And I needed that. Because I needed to grieve the loss of the good aspects of that person. Does that make sense? I needed to grieve those things. I also needed that so I could heal and move forward. There are a lot of things about relationships that we get into relationships with somebody and we're like, I don't even know why I'm with this person. Like, they're a good person. It's not that they're a bad person. They're a good person. The relationship is good. There's not really anything at all that you're like, I just can't be with this fucker anymore. It's because you needed to heal from something. So I can't wait to turn this middle card over. When I said to step back for the next 24 hours and just process, just step back from everything, consider why you're in this relationship to begin with. Consider what part of you was drawn to what part of him. What part of you is still healing or was still healing, and what part of you has healed and now you don't need that part anymore. He may have just been this divine connection that you needed in that moment to help you heal from something you didn't realize was still broken. I'm going to give you another example. The first relationship that I was in when I was going through this horrendous divorce, I was really, really afraid to be in a relationship. I really was. I was afraid to be in a relationship. And I met somebody that we had instant divine connection, great relationship. And I moved in with him. And the first weekend I was there, I had laundry going in the washer. We were working on some artwork together. and I had laundry going. Well, the timer went off, and he went in to move it to the dryer for me. He was like, and I saw that he was doing it, and I panicked. And I was like, what are you doing? And he said, well, I'm moving your laundry over so I can start my laundry. And he saw the panic on my face, and he was like, are you okay? And I was like, I wanted to immediately say, what do you want? Because I had programmed into me that if somebody did something nice for me in a relationship, it meant that I owed them something. I'm going to do something nice for you because you have to do this for me. So I must have had this look on my face. He came over and he gave me a big hug, and he said, babe, he was like, that's what people do when they're in a solid relationship. I'm just moving your laundry over. You don't owe me anything for that. And that right there, I cried. I cried. And it wasn't because it was so sweet that he did that. It was so sweet that he hugged me. It was so sweet that he said those things. I realized that I was fucked up. That there was a lot of things, a lot of damage that had been done. And so I put myself back in therapy. Sometimes we need that divine connection with somebody to heal a part of us that we didn't even know was broken. Does that make sense, Valerie? Now let's turn the middle card over. This is why I love what I do. You know how I just said a couple of times that over the next 24 hours, just to step back? This is the go with the flow card. This is the go with the flow card. So my advice still stands. My advice still stands. We're coming off this full moon energy. There's a lot of crazy astrological things that are happening. My friend, just literally for the next 24 hours, just take a step back. Just take a step back. You know what I mean? Just take a step back. You know, I'm going to say no because that didn't come up. If he was, then I could see that being a thing. I could see it coming up. But it didn't. So I'm going to say no. But the healing and the graciousness over here, keep that in mind. Yeah. You're welcome. Sometimes we have to go through some healing and we don't want to. I'm really guilty of this. I'm like, I don't want to do it. I know I'm fucked up. I'm fine. I don't want to do it. We have to go through some healing. And people come into our life exactly when we need them to come into our life. And they remind us that we need to check ourselves and heal a little bit. If that makes sense. So some of you guys know that a couple of weeks ago I fell in the driveway really hard, and this thing, look at that, I have a good scar. It's healing, but at the same time, it's itchy and it's dumb. You're welcome so much, Valerie. I actually need to make a doctor's appointment because I think I might have fucked my knee up. I hit really hard on this knee, and at the base of my kneecap, I still have a lump. I'm like, oh my God. I don't like that. All right, Amy A. Yeah, I don't like it. I still have bruises all down my right leg too. So that's fun. But I'm going to say, here's another testament to the power of the fucking banana peel, because I hit my chin and everything. I don't have a scar. Look it. My daughter thought I was crazy, but I came in, I fell, I literally hit my chin on the driveway, and I came in and I was pissed. I am not, if I get hurt, I get mad, like irrationally mad. But I had a big old scrape right there, and I was like, God damn it. Like, I'm too vain for this shit, you know? But I had some bananas. I always have bananas, at least one. Y'all, if you get hit, get hurt, etc., put a fucking banana peel on it. It will take the bruise away. I don't know. There's a science behind it, but yeah, if y'all saw the bruises all over me, my whole chin should have been black. But nope, banana peel. Super secret tactic, banana peel. It feels gross as fuck on your face, I'm not gonna lie. Really, on any part of your body, it feels gross. But it will. It's the weirdest fucking thing, I kid you not. I kid you not. All right, Amy. Amy A. Yeah, Misty, yeah. I, a couple of years ago, 2022, I was getting something down. I was packing for a convention, and I was getting something down off the top of one of these shelves. And there was a cow skull up there, and I know that you're a farm girl, and you know how heavy cow skulls are. So there, and it was a female. It didn't have the horns, thank all the gods. But something caught it and it fell, and the base of the skull hit me right here. Like, crack. I'm not gonna lie. I was concussed for a couple of days. It hurt so bad. It hurt so fucking bad. I just remember it hit me, and then I was sitting in the floor. And my friend was helping to load the car, and she came up and she was like, what the fuck happened? Why are you on the floor? You know, and I was pissed. So I'm like, fucking cow, you know. She was like, oh my God. She goes in the kitchen. I thought she went to get me ice. She was like, do you have bananas? And I'm like, yes, I have banana. I'm like, get me some ice. Like, I was pissed, right? She brings a banana and she peels it, and she goes, and she threw it over my eye really quickly, like all right here, right? The thing hit me like this. Because I'm fixing to go to a convention where I'm listed as a guest speaker, and I have all this other shit, and I'm fixing to have a whole big old black eye, right? Like, I can't, yeah. I'm like, well, at least I'm a girl and I can wear makeup. I shit you not. I had nothing. No black eye. You couldn't even tell I had gotten hit. The only giveaway was there was a little piece of it right there. Where the banana peel was like this, there was a little bitty tiny mark right there. That's it. That's it. It pulled the bruise out. Like, it makes it, but you have to get it on there immediately. Something with the potassium in the banana peel helps it to push the blood back down. So yeah. So no bruise. No nothing. No nothing. But yeah, it is magic. It's fucking magic. Magic. So there you go. Yeah, I don't ever recommend taking a cow skull to the face. Just saying. 100% do not recommend. That fucking hurts so bad. Hurt bad. All right, Amy. Since you didn't really know what to ask, I did a where you are and where you're going. Okay? Ooh. Danu, the mother of creation. So creation, I can't words, ferocity and motherhood. And blessed day. Okay. So where you are right now. I don't want to say it's a dark divine feminine phase, but it is a powerful divine feminine phase. The ferocity is what caught my eye here. Creation, Danu always is creation. But the ferocity caught my eye. And I love that the Blessed Day card is on top of there. Because a lot of times we, just like when you set boundaries, people don't like when you set boundaries. When you are in this ferocious, go get 'em mode. When you're in a ferocious aspect of, this is my goal, this is what I want, this is where I'm going, and nothing's going to stop me. When you're in that mode, people will cheer you on to the extent that it's not going to bother them. You make a decision to go back to school. Your spouse might be all for it, right? Yes, babe, yes, do it. I'll support you. I'll support you. Until they realize that you're going to be gone 3 nights a week and they have to cook dinner for the kids. They can't go out with their friends now. Or they realize that you're not going to be home all day, every day, because you're going to go back to school. So the laundry, he might have to help with the laundry, or she might help out with the laundry. And then maybe you don't need to really go to school full time. I use that example because everybody can understand that. But if you think about it on a larger scale, like moving, taking a different job, people will support you until it bothers them. And when it bothers them, then it becomes a problem. Do you see what I'm saying? But what this blessed day card tells me is that the more ferocious you are in going toward your goals, the more the universe is putting things in your path to help you reach those goals. So, Amy, continue to keep being ferocious. Period. Don't let anything stop you from being ferocious. The universe is going to reward you exponentially for that. We're going to leave this card like this. We're going to see where it is you're going. My favorite card, the Golden Empress. Bitch, yes. I'm not going to lie. I wanted to cheer when I saw this. This is your reward for being ferocious. This is your reward for continuing to battle all the battles and to move forward with what you want. This is your reward for that. Girl, don't stop. I swear, if you stop being ferocious, I'm going to come find you and take your gold star. All of the hard shit you're going through right now, I haven't even turned the other 2 cards over. All of this shit you're going through right now with putting yourself first, all of the shit you're going through right now with everybody being like, well, but because you all, every one of you knows this. Well, do you really want to do that? Do you really think moving jobs is the right thing? Do you really think moving away from all your family is the right thing? Every one of you has had somebody say that. This is your reward for that. This is your reward for being ferocious, bitches. Be ferocious. This is your reward for being ferocious. This is the Golden Empress card, the best card in the whole fucking deck. This potency and magnetism and all of the things. Oh, and divine guidance. Bitch, yes, I swear. Amy, if you stop being ferocious, what the fuck? Girl, seriously? What are you manifesting? What are you being ferocious toward? Look, she even looks ferocious. Look at that shit. She even looks ferocious. Take the risk. This is the take risk card. This is what's going to get you from here to here. Take the risk. I'm going to say this. As a Capricorn, risks are not my fine suit, okay? They weren't. Let me say it that way. They weren't. Because I needed to plan out every single stinking way that something could fail so I would know, should I really take that risk or not? Bitch, I take risks all the time now. Because guess what? For every one that fails, there's going to be one that's amazing. If you have 4 or 5 failures in a row from taking a risk, just know that there's going to be a risk that pays off to immediately put you back way up where you were. So take the risk, Amy. So if that is moving, if it's moving, if it's changing jobs, if it's going back to school, if it's leaving a relationship, whatever it is, if it's not wearing black every day, I don't know, take the risk. Take the risk. All I'm going to take this whole read as is you just needed a push. You just needed some encouragement. Am I right? You just needed encouragement to know that you were on the right path. And you are. Stay ferocious. Stay ferocious, my friend. Is that what you needed to know, Amy? No, it's not easy. It's not. And the closer you get to this, the harder it gets. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. But I will say this. If it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth it. If it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth it. And when something happens after you have worked so hard to get somewhere or make this happen or whatever, if you work your ass off, you work yourself to the bone, and then things happen and you get all the things you've been working for, it's that much sweeter. It's that much sweeter. I promise. I promise. I promise. It's hard for us to... We're taught to be complacent. We're taught to be complacent. And so when we start to move toward a goal and we hit a little bit of resistance, a lot of people will stop right there at that resistance. So I want you to look at it like that, okay? So everybody is running toward this goal, right? Everybody's running toward their goals. And there's a little bit of pushback, and most people stop. And the people that continue to go on, there's only a few. Not everybody's going to continue. People that continue to go on, when they hit resistance, then half of them aren't going to go either. There's very few people that continue to move toward all of their goals. Oh, I'm sorry, Amy. Dementia is horrible. Dementia is horrible. Does your mom have insurance where you could get somebody to come in and help out during the day, like a home health aide? That's what I would look into. If your siblings don't want to help, that's their decision. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but it is. It's their decision. They'll be the first ones with their hand out, and you know it. But see if there's a way you can get some help in there during the day. You need a break, honey. You need a break. Dementia and Alzheimer's are horrendous for the person suffering from them, and they're horrendous for the caretakers. They are. It's horrible. You're a nurse, so yeah, honey, you need to get a home health aide in there, or somebody that can come in a couple days a week and help you. Yeah, you whatever it is you need to do to get a qualified person in there to come help. Yeah, a lot of us have been there, and we understand. It's terrible. It's terrible, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So yeah. My foot is itchy. Yeah, it's hard. So yeah. And I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're hanging out with us, and I'm glad that maybe we can be a little tiny break. I am going to start being on a lot more during the day, just so you guys know. But anything at all that I can do, that we can do to help out, you just let us know. Okay? You are ferocious, girl, and you got the Golden Empress card, so there's that. So there's that. I'm just saying. This is why in my live streams, especially during Reiki, I make sure to have you guys do my favorite part. Because you know, sometimes, especially when you're dealing with someone that you love like that, that has, you know, Alzheimer's or dementia, or a terminal illness, like something like that. Sometimes you just need to see it'll be okay. You just need to see it'll be okay. You know what I mean? You just need to see you've got this. You know, even if it's from a stranger that you will never ever meet. Sometimes you just need to see the words. Sometimes you just need to see the words. And that may be that may be the thing you need. You know what I mean? It may be the thing that gets you through the night, that gets you through the next day, etc. And encouraging each other. I know people talk about it all the time, but they don't do it. They don't do it. So get in the habit of encouraging people from a good place. You know what I mean? From a good place. Some people encourage you because they want you to fail. And that's not right either. All right, Christina, excuse me. Okay. Do you want to know? I don't know if she's here. Are you wanting to know if she's still doing it? If this person is still sending spell work at you? Okay, there you are. Or do you already know for a fact? Because that's going to affect which decks I use. Like, do you know for a fact she's doing it? Or do you need to know if she is still doing it? You know she's still doing it. Okay. So will she stop, and why is she doing it? Okay. That's one thing I don't understand is, I'm just going to say this before I draw cards. People that constantly send bad shit at people, even if it's, let's say that the two of you broke up. You were in a relationship, you break up with somebody. It's mutual, right? Maybe the relationship was getting horrible and neither one of you were happy and it was a mutual thing, right? But then one person starts just, oh, I'm going to light a candle. I'm going to put that bitch in a jar. I'm going to this. I'm going to this. I'm going to this. And they just keep doing it. That shows me that you don't know what you're doing. It does. If there's no reason for you to be sending stuff against somebody, if it's because this sounds like an emotional thing, right? If they're continually sending shit at somebody, it shows me that you're a beginner. You can be practicing 10 years and be a beginner. You can. Because if you don't have the right mentor, if you don't have discernment, if you don't know how to take yourself out of it emotionally before you start doing stuff, you're a beginner. So I'm so sorry that you're dealing with that. So I'm kind of going to do like 2 lines. So will she stop? And why? Which one do you want to know first? The will she stop or the why? The why. You got it. Okay. All right, here's the why. It says healing, graciousness, and acceptance. Doesn't make it right, but before I even turn these other cards over, this is her way of healing. It's her way of healing. Like I said, it doesn't make it right. The problem is that it is not the right way to go about healing. And it will end up having a horrendous blowback. on her physically if it hasn't already. This is a good luck card. And this one came out whopper jawed. Good fortune. God damn it. So the spell work that she's doing, in my opinion, from seeing these two cards, the will she stop, it's Lilith, which is animism and instinct, and then the trust card. So what she's doing is trying to steal your luck. What she's doing is trying to put roadblocks in so you can't go forward. What she's trying to do is, and I keep saying trying, okay? What she's trying to do is basically like reverse, like steal whatever. She's trying to bring your manifestations to her. She's trying to bring your good luck to her. Because she feels in some way like wronged, and she thinks that this is the way to go about it. So here's the problem. Even if someone's a beginner, they can still cause problems, right? And with all of the stuff that's out there on TikTok and YouTube and the internet and so on, with all the stuff that's out there, it's easy to get parts from different things and make your own spell work, make your own working, and cause problems with somebody. Like it is. It's really fucking easy. It doesn't matter how long somebody's been practicing, how great they are at protections or deflecting. You can still cause problems, right? Because even armor has a seam somewhere. However, if you don't know what you're doing, or if you're flinging it out for the wrong reasons, like I said, the toll it takes is going to be bad. And the fact that this card came out like this tells me that it's starting to do this. The trust and the instinct cards down here on the will she stop? Yes, but I have a feeling it's going to be a while. I have a feeling it's going to be a while because she has this Lilith hate energy going on. So here's what I'm going to recommend for you. Even if this was the worst toxic relationship, and let's just say, Christina, that you were absolutely the worst person in the history of ever, okay? Just for shits and giggles, let's say that. A working or two is enough. You know what I mean? A working or two is enough. Anything beyond that, it's going to end up eventually canceling itself out. Like if you have too many things spinning in a room, eventually they're going to hit and stop. I would bet a lot of her stuff is not hitting you, but it's hitting itself and stopping. So what she's doing is doubling down on it. Because she sees you starting to do better. She sees you, moving forward and having things go good for you. And so she's doubling down on it. I am going to recommend just go to the store and just get a plain black candle. A pretty good size one. Either one of the ones in the glass or a bigger pillar, whatever. Just a black candle. Get a couple if you need to. Just burn it a little bit every day. You don't have to burn it a lot. But put your name on the bottom of it. So like, if it's a glass candle, I don't have one right here. Oh, I do. Here we go. This is not a black candle. And it has Willy Wonka on it. But we're going to use it. A white candle will work too, but a black candle will help to kind of protect you from this shit. So if it's a candle like this, just write your name on it right here. Just write Christina. If it's a candle like this, that's a pillar candle, you can carve your name in the bottom of it. Okay? But, your name on the bottom of it means that that stays with you. Does that make sense? Not that other people in your household don't need protection, but this is specifically for that. Okay? Specifically for that. So your name needs to be on the bottom of it. The other thing I'm going to say is make yourself a mix of salt, pepper, cinnamon, and whatever else out of your kitchen you feel needs to go in it. Just put just a pea-size amount in each corner of your house. That means closets and bathrooms too. It's not going to hurt animals or anything like that. Just a pea-size amount. Just doing those two things. Make sure that you're taking, when you're taking a shower or a bath, make sure that you're kind of like letting everything go down the drain. Just little things. I know that those are like little bitty easy things. And some people listening to me are like, well, everybody says that. They do because it works. They do because it works. But we get so worried about having to do this massive layout for a return to sender and so on, when all we really need is a good egg cleanse and a shower and a black candle. Like, that's it. That's it. That's all you really need. The mix is salt. Now, this needs to be from your kitchen, okay? Don't go buy something new. Salt, pepper, and cinnamon. And then whatever else you feel needs to go into that mix. And don't tell anybody what goes into that mix. Don't tell anybody, okay? Whatever else you feel needs to go in there. The vast majority of the spices in your kitchen that you cook with are for banishing and protecting. Why do you think home-cooked meals are so good for the soul and the body? I'm just saying. Just saying. Why do you think home-cooked meals are always better and more nourishing? Not only are almost all of the spices we use to cleanse and protect and heal, but they're in your home, so they have that energy in them. So, use the stuff in your spice cabinet. Don't go buy something new for this. She will stop, Christina, but like I said, it's going to be a while. And I say this with some sadness that she will end up imploding a little bit before she finally stops. Because as she's sending these things and they're starting to backfire on her, she thinks that you're sending shit or that you're having somebody send shit. Like, that's what she thinks. Even though that's not the case at all. It is literally her. So she's caught in this cycle of doing it. So just keep your space cleansed and keep you cleansed and go about your life. I hate that. I always hate knowing that somebody has been getting into that habit of just constant, 2.5 years. That's why I said this like this is going like that. It wouldn't surprise me if you start to hear through the grapevine that there's a lot of bad things suddenly happening on her end. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Because the thing is, like, it's coming now. And so when you hear that it starts to happen, it's going to make you kind of sad. Like, I wish that you could just see that you're in a cycle. But people can't usually see that you're in a cycle. You can't see that you're in a cycle. Other people can see it, but you can't see it. I will also say, too, that I think the vast majority of the stuff that she's doing at this point is not hitting you like she thinks it's hitting you. Does that make sense? I get it 100%, Christina. 100%. There's a lot of people on Witch Talk, on TikTok, on whatever, that all they do is just send crap to people all the time without thinking it through, without knowing why they're even doing it, like, etc. And it just, yeah. They just see something and they're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to do that. You know? Just protect you, love. Yeah, just protect you. I think that you're at a point where it's not really touching you anymore. Which is good for you, bad for her. Yeah, you're welcome, honey. I really wouldn't stress about it too much. Just those few little things will do you wonders. Will do you wonders. Let's see. Marlena. Ready? Your own space. I am not the person to ask about a love candle. That is not my strong suit, girl. Pink candles are for love. Red candles are for lust. But yeah, I am not the one to ask about that. I am smart enough to know that I'm not the one. I'm not the one. Yeah. Here's my recommendation. For those of you guys that want to know about candles, like love candles, love workings, etc. First of all, do not hire somebody that's like 18, 19. Don't care. Don't care. Don't do it. Don't hire somebody that's young like that. You want to hire somebody that's older and that has been married for a long time. That is somebody that's good at love workings. That is somebody that's good at love workings. My ass has been divorced twice and engaged 2 other times. I am not the one. I am not the one. You know what I mean? I'm not the one. But the thing is, even though, and I'm not saying that younger people don't have good dating advice. I'm not saying that younger people don't have good ideas when it comes to some of this stuff. What I am saying, though, is that they have not been out in the world enough. You couldn't have told me this when I was 18 or 19. I knew everything, right? I knew everything. You could not have told me that I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Now I know. Now that I'm almost, like, I'm 2 years from 50. Now I'm like, I didn't know shit about jack, about fuck, you know. But you couldn't tell me at the time. But, you got it, Marlena. But find you somebody that has been married a long time. Find you somebody that's been married a long time. Just saying. That's my recommendation. Just like you wouldn't take business advice and manifestation for your business, or you wouldn't want to hire somebody that A, can't keep a job, can't run their business. You know what I mean? No. You've had 10 jobs in 3 months, bitch. No. You are not the one. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Just saying. Find somebody that has an amazing business. Find somebody that, you know, they make a lot of money. They do do you see what I'm saying? It's just, think about it. You know? If you need surgery, you're going to go to a surgeon. If you need foot surgery, you're going to go to a foot surgeon. You're not going to go to like an OBGYN, right? Right? But if you are having a baby, you go to the OBGYN. You don't go to the ear, nose, and throat doctor. There we go. That is the best way to put it. That is the best way to put it. You go to a specialist, not whatever. All right. Marlena. So I know you had something down here, and then you asked about your path. So I was drawing for what you had there, but let's see what this says. Let's see what this says. All right. So you have the warrior. It's a good way to start. And then you have intuition. Then you have joy upside down. And I did make sure this deck was right side up. And then you have transmute. Paradox. Okay. So I think you being on your right path and about having your own space are one and the same. So let's talk about this. I know that right now you feel like every single thing is a fight. That warrior card coming up tells me that you feel like every single thing is a fight right now, and it is. Okay? I'm just going to say that. It is. It is. But I also want you to know this. Every single thing for everybody right now is a fight. Everybody. It doesn't matter. Every single thing for everybody is a fight right now. It depends what kind of warrior you want to be. This is another reason why I say the art of war is a thing, and y'all need to listen to it. The Art of War is a strategy book about, people take it as military strategy, but it's life strategy. It's life strategy. I am going to recommend listening to it. I am going to recommend listening to it. And for those of you guys that have already started looking it up and went to, find it and download it and so on, or find it on YouTube or whatever, listen to it a few times. Listen to it a few times. Listen to it while you're driving. Listen to it while you're going to sleep. Listen to it while you're doing the dishes. Just listen. Because you're going to catch something different every time. I have read the book twice. The actual book, and I have listened to it probably 15 times, and every single time I go, oh yeah. And I will say, even after your first time listening to it and reading it, there's going to be things that make you completely change the way you thought about something, whether it is your job, relationship, decisions, family. It's going to make you change so much. It's going to make you change so much. I promise it will make you way smarter. I promise. You have to decide what kind of warrior you're going to be. And here's the thing, and I'm going to put this in gamer terms, okay? Because this is the best way to explain it. In any MMORPG or MMO game, you have a class that you have to play, right? A healer or the warrior or, a warlock or a paladin. You have all these different things, right? But they basically break down into 3 categories. You have the tank, which is the one out front. You have the DPS, which is usually the one in the middle. And then you have the healer, which is the one in the back. You want to always be the DPS in life. You want to always be the DPS in life. You want to always be the spellcaster in life. Be the magic bitch. Because the tank is always going to be the tank. They're always going to run head first into the danger. That kind of warrior does not have a long lifespan. Do you see what I'm saying? That kind of warrior does not have a long lifespan. And if they don't have a good healer in the background, they're not gonna keep making it, right? So every one of us knows somebody that runs headlong into bullshit all the time. That's all they do. Headlong into bullshit all the time. And sometimes they win. Sometimes they muscle through it and they win. But the vast majority of the time, they get knocked on their ass, right? And then they become the person that's always talking about, well, nothing ever goes my way. Because you can't just put your head down and run like a bull into everything. Even a bull knows when not to run at something. The healer, on the other hand, is the one way back here, right? And with a healer, you know that you're squishy. You know that you're not the tank. You cannot go first. You will go every time, right? You know. But you're just squishy. That class is just squishy, right? Fuck off. I really shouldn't tell that to fuck off. That the healer class is just squishy. And I don't mean in spirituality. So those of you guys listening are like, I'm not. Yes, you are. But still, talking about in a video game. We all know that a healer class in a video game has the lowest hit points possible. Like they have 2, maybe 4. Whereas the tank has like 500 million, right? They can run through forward like that. But the healer class does not. DPS is in the middle, right? They don't have a high, crazy amount of hit points, but they can wear good armor. And they don't have a stupid low amount of hit points, but they can kind of heal a little bit, right? They're like that perfect in the middle when it comes to a game. That is one thing that the Art of War talks about a lot. Is knowing, just like the Kenny Rogers song, you got to know when to fold. You know what I mean? You need to know. You need to be able to discern in whatever situation. Do you go forward? Do you fling something from way back here? Or do you retreat? You have to know. God, I love this shit. That's what the intuition card is about. That's what the intuition card is about. Sometimes we as spiritual peoples, we get so caught up in the spiritual aspect of it all that we forget that there's a whole physical aspect. That's why I keep telling people you have to listen to some philosophy. The Art of War technically is philosophy. What's up, Vladdy Patty? What? What's the matter? What are you doing? Hi. Sorry. Come here. You want to help me read for Marlena? Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Are you tattling? Like, what's up? Or did you know that my sugar was going down? Is that what did you come up here to check on me? No, you needed pets. All right. Yeah. Yeah, he's a mouthy shit. He's a mouthy shit, aren't you, bud? Yeah. Oh, okay. So, the joy card being upside down. Because I know whenever I pulled that up, you were probably like, what the fuck? When you're in warrior mode, you are a mess and a half, Sir Cat. I love you. When you're in warrior mode, it's not a happy place to be. It's not. It's really not. Some people like being in warrior mode because it's all they've known. Do you know what I mean? But the vast majority of us know we don't want to be in warrior mode, right? Because warrior mode is hard. So you're about to fall over, you dumbass. Hold on. I guess I found the spot and now he's about to fall. You have to decide. This is why I said I feel like these two, what you asked and what you asked, I feel like... Have a boop. No boop. I'm gonna make you boop me. They're the same thing. Just know that he's loving all over your card. You're getting black cat magic all over your cards. Just saying. Just know that the things that you have to do as a warrior to be on your path, the things that you have to do as a person to have your own space, sometimes that's not always the funnest thing. Does that make sense? It's not always the funnest thing. Being by yourself a lot is not always the funnest thing. Being... so funny. You're just gonna get right on up there? You're not supposed to be on my desk, man. Did Marlena just need all the good black cat love? Is that what it is? I wonder if he'll show them to you. Vlad. Hey, Here. I was hoping he'd show them to you. I don't know if you can see him. No, his pupils are huge too. He has two-tone eyes. So, he has two-tone eyes. Oh, thank you. I love the kisses. I'm going to let you down, though, because you're messing up my cards. Thank you for the kisses. I love them. I love you. Hey, Vlad. I love you. Oh, well. I get no love. I love you. Yeah, he's done with me. He's done with me. Yeah, he has a calming collar. And he has kitty CBD treats too. Because he's a mess. He's a mess. He is a mess. When he doesn't have a calming collar, he sprays everywhere and I can't handle it. So sorry for the kitty break in the middle of your reading, Marlena. The joy card being upside down. Know that there's going to be a lot of times that are going to suck. They're going to suck. They are. They're going to suck. Having to do what you need to do, whether it's work 2 jobs, rat hole money, not do things you want to do. You know what I mean? Like whatever it is that gets you where you need to be. The fun thing about that is that joy card being upside down is right next to the transmute card. I want you to turn that joy into something, or the anti-joy, we'll say it that, the anti-joy into something that is fuel. So anger is always a good motivator. Anger is always a good motivator. Somebody telling you you can't do something, always a good motivator. Always a good motivator. I'm just saying. When y'all have to go through a phase where you are in full warrior mode, and that's it, you're full warrior mode. It sucks. It's hard. So the sleepiness, the fatigue, the pain, the anger, the sadness that you can't go out with your friends or whatever, transmute that into fuel. Transmute that into fuel. I cannot tell you how powerful that energy transmutation is. Every time you get sad that you don't have the money to go out with your friends, what can you transmute that into to do to get to where you can go out with your friends? Every time you realize that you have to work while your friends are out hanging out, partying or whatever, and you get upset, you get mad, you get sad, you get whatever, transmute that into power in your job. Make yourself even better. Do you see what I'm saying? Because let's say that you have a job where you mainly work nights because either you haven't been there long enough or whatever to get on the day shift. If you're standing out at night, you're going to get the better hours. You're going to get the better shifts. You're going to get more money. Am I right? And then they start to see what an asset you are and start offering you the day shift. Do you see what I'm saying? That anger can be turned into power in your job to get you the better hours. So then you can go out. Do you see what I'm saying? Transmutation is a massive, massive, huge thing. And people forget about it. The paradox card is interesting though. It tells me that when it comes time for you to have that space, it's going to be a paradox of the thrill and the freedom of having your own space versus having to leave the other space. There's always a paradox. When you're about to get what you want, there's always a paradox. Always a paradox. Okay? So know that that's coming. Know that that paradox is coming. And I'm going to say this. Don't step back from what you wanted. Don't step back from what it is you are working toward and manifesting. Even though it's a kind of a hard, hurtful decision thing, Don't do it. Don't do it. Keep going forward. Yeah, keep going forward. It's interesting that the paradox card pulled up at the very end like that. So yeah. What's a paradox? A paradox is, well, the Alanis Morissette song Ironic is full of paradoxical shit. So what I explained at the end of your reading was the paradox that you'll find yourself in. Yes, you worked really hard. You got your own space. You're on your path. At the same time, it means letting go of things. It means even though you want out of living with roommates or living with other people, when the time comes to have to actually leave them, you don't want to. That's a paradox. You can't do both. Obviously, you have to make a decision. But if you live by yourself, you're going to be lonely and miss these people. But if you continue to live with these people, you're going to always want your own space. And you're going to need quiet. Do you see what I mean? It's like things that happen and have to happen, but you don't want them to happen. Yeah. That's the easiest way to explain it. But if you guys don't know what a paradox is, just Google paradox meaning. And look at some of the different meanings, because there are 3 or 4. You're on the right path, hun. You really are. Don't let emotions slow you down. Don't let emotions slow you down, because they will 100%. They will. We get wrapped up in what we thought we were wanting or what we thought we were going to do, and it never, ever, ever works out that way. It just is. Kelly is next. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. I like this one. All right. So there's only a couple of people left on my list. That would be Kelly, Amy E, Tanya, and Dawn. Y'all are my last 4. Kelly! You like how I sung your name? Ah. It's so funny. I love that you got a reading today, because okay, so let me preempt this with, in a good way. We were talking about you the other day, and Sass was like, what was her first name again? I'm like, fuck, I can't remember. And it's not like I can just go into the website and be like, TikTok name, blah, blah, blah. It won't put you up. So, yeah. It's so funny. I went from being a person that hated coffee flavor, everything, to like, I crave it. I'm not sorry. Are you on the right path? Yeah, I used to hate it. I couldn't stand the smell of it. I could drink it if I couldn't taste it. Like, I had to have candy coffee is what I called it. I still have to have candy coffee. Don't think that. Still like me some candy coffee. But I really like it now. Maybe I'm just addicted to the caffeine at this point. Because that could be too. What is a London fog? What? Y'all want to hear something really funny? The fact that you mentioned Starbucks, and then I'll turn all these cards over for you, Kelly. Sass and Scarly have the same big 3. In fact, they're and they were born like a couple of years apart. That's what's really funny. But they have almost they have the same big 3. And then when you look at their birth charts together, they have so many placements that are the same, right? So it cracks me up. And I was talking to Scarly yesterday, and she mentioned like her favorite drink at Starbucks, and that every time she goes goes out or whatever, she gets the exact same drink, right? And I started giggling. I'm like, you and Sass are so fucking much alike. Sass is addicted to Starbucks too. I'm gonna tell Sass's business. Sass is addicted to Starbucks too. And she has this specific same exact drink that she gets every fucking time. Every fucking time. 2 of them. She gets 2 of them. Because they're like the espresso shot. But it cracks me up. It cracks me up how much alike they are. It's so fucking funny. You Tauruses. You Tauruses. All right. Are you on the right path? So I just did a where you are and where you're going. Where you are. The Red Shepherd. You can't make this up. Evaluation. Just reward, evaluation, and respite. And then you have finding love. Ugh. I'm just teasing. So, where you are right now. I don't think the finding love is the tall, dark stranger. It's not that, okay? You are going through I have one piece of bangs that keeps tickling my forehead. Put me off. Okay, all right, fine. You're going through like a really intense overview of your life. You're going through I'm going to say a reset, because I don't feel like this is like a complete dark night of the soul. I don't feel like through a midlife. Yeah. Like I said, I don't feel like it is this crazy depressive state. I feel like it's just the thing. And here's what's funny. I used to always laugh when I was younger about people being like, oh, they are having a midlife crisis. They're this. Oh, I understand it now. Once you hit your 40s are technically a midlife crisis. They are. They're a midlife crisis. Some people just handle it way differently than others. Your 40s are like a crazy midlife crisis. Because the things that you used to love when you were 20, they shifted in your 30s, right? The things that you loved in your 30s, they shift exponentially in your 40s. Exponentially in your 40s. I'm going to tell you guys this. My 40s have been my favorite decade of my life. They have been my favorite decade. Does it mean that I don't love, the time, my 20s when I had my kids? No, it doesn't mean that. But I have actually felt like me. I have actually felt like who I'm supposed to be in my 40s. My life changed exponentially. And I know that there are people that said when I started to get divorced and all this stuff, oh, you're just going through a midlife crisis. And I wanted to punch those people in the face. There was a lot of things that there are a lot of things, that every single person goes through in their life, in each decade of their life. The things that you used to think and the things that mattered when you were 20 or 25 don't matter when you're 40 or 45. When I was 19, 20 years old, 18, 19, 20, I was concerned with how many times I was going to get to hang out with my friends that weekend. I was concerned with the guy I was dating. I was concerned with school. I was concerned with paying my car payment. You know what I mean? Like little bitty shit like that, right? I was not concerned. This was in the 90s. There wasn't really social media. I was not really concerned with traveling the world. Did I want to? Absolutely. But it wasn't anywhere near up here. It was so far down there on the floor that I couldn't even pick it up. Then having a kid at 21, that changes a lot of things too, right? 40 seemed like forever. It did. It seemed like forever. And now that I'm 48, Even with the time I turned 40, I was so excited to turn 40. I really was. If y'all don't think I'm going to have the biggest fucking half-century party when I turn 50, y'all just better start planning now. Okay? I'm just going to let you know. Because we going to party. But the way I see things in my 40s have changed exponentially. The way I am in my 40s, the way I speak, the way I hold myself, the confidence I have, everything is different. Everything is different. You have to find what you love again. Kelly. The finding love card is not, actual romantic love. The finding love card also has to deal with finding what makes Kelly deliriously happy. I grew up, I'm going to tell you this because I feel like you need to hear it. Maybe somebody else does too. I grew up doing this shit. I grew up doing witchy shit. I did. I grew up, some of you guys know this, I grew up with a really interesting folk magic, Celtic, Irish thing, a jumble thing. And then I grew up with the Native American aspect from my dad's side. So I grew up doing this. When I had my kids, this all took a back burner. Because if y'all have never had kids, let me tell you. Your whole life revolves around that child from that point on. And I went from having 1 to 3. Like, I had 1, and when he was almost 4, I got married. I got remarried. So I went from my son to having 3 sons. That my oldest stepson and Bodhi are 2 weeks apart. And the other one is 11 months behind them. So for 1 month out of the year, I had 3 boys that were the same age. That's a lot. That's a lot. Having 3 kids is a lot, but having 3 kids the same age is a lot. And then a few years after that, Kirsten came along. So just about the time that I got all the boys in school all day long, Kirsten. When you have kids, so many things changes. So many things change, and you no longer really know who you are. You don't, because every bit of you goes into that child, those children, their lives, making sure that they're healthy, happy, and they are going to be okay. But when they get older and they move out and they start to leave the nest and do their things, suddenly you have this vacuum. You have this vacuum. And for those of us that did not get time to be who we wanted to be, we don't know how to fill that vacuum. And that's what we're going to talk about. You don't know how to fill that vacuum. You don't know what should suck in. For me, when my kids started to go to college and move out and stuff like that, I started really getting back into this again. I had already started taking a bunch of classes and teaching and stuff like that. But I mean, like, dove into it, right? Like 2017, full time. And I'm not going to lie, me being able to reconnect to my roots has been the best thing ever. The best thing ever. Your youngest is on disability. She's an adult. You still take care of her. Aw. I know that that's taxing, but I love that you can. I have a couple friends that have kiddos that are severely disabled, and now that they're an adult and they're too much for my friends to handle, and I know that decision is heartbreaking. I know that decision is heartbreaking. So I love that you can. I know that it's taxing, but I love that you can. I love that you can. So let's talk about what you need to do. Or do you, yeah, let's do that first. Big picture, of course. The big picture. In the grand scheme of things, Kelly, what is it Kelly wants? Think about that. And I want you to be really honest with you. What is it that would make Kelly the happiest? Would it be, a little farm somewhere? Would it be traveling the world? Would it be what would make Kelly the happiest? And the thing is, some of us know that answer immediately. Oh, 6 figures in my bank account. Big house paid off. Some of us know an answer immediately, but that's not the answer that would actually make you the happiest. I'm going to say that again. When I say to look at the big picture of what would make you the happiest, the immediate answer that pops up is not the right one. Because think about it. Wouldn't we all be happy if we had 6 figures in our bank account right now? Wouldn't we all be happy? Wouldn't we all be happy if we had our dream house paid off and we could live in it forever? Wouldn't you be happy with that? Either one of those things, I'd be happy with. So that's not what would actually make you happy. Each one of us has something that we need to take a step back and really look for before we decide if that would make us happy. Some people know exactly what it is that they want to be happy. And then they get it and realize that that's not what made them happy. That's another midlife crisis aspect. And I'm going to tell you a big secret. We're all told, doesn't matter where you live, we're all told that we have to do certain things in life, right? You need to go to school. You need to get a job. You need to have a family. You need to get married. You need to buy a house. We're all told these things that we have to do, right? Okay, so here's the first thing I'm going to tell you. You don't have to do any of that. You actually don't. The other thing is this. You don't have to know what would make you happy. You don't have to know what would make you happy. How many of you guys love the movie The Princess Bride? I know if you're a Gen X or an older millennial, every one of you. There's a point where Inigo Montoya gets his revenge. And he's asked, well, what is he going to do now? And he says, I don't know. My whole life has been about revenge. And now that I have revenge, I don't know. Sometimes you don't have to know. Sometimes you don't have to know. Sometimes you don't have to know what it is that would make you happy, because everything can make you happy. Everything can make you happy if you let it. Why do you guys think that I do the happy food dance so much? If you let things make you happy, if you're just happy in the moment with some things, then everything can make you happy. Then everything can make you happy. Oh, well, who doesn't want to see the good fortune card on where they're going? And the forbidden knowledge card. What you doing, Kelly? So you have the good fortune card, which is obvious. Good fortune. Good shit. But then you have the keeper of whispers, which is curiosity and madness and forbidden knowledge. I love I actually really like this card. I know it's got the madness card, but I also love the Mad Hatter. And, we're all mad here with the Cheshire Cat. I always like that. So seeing that this is the forbidden knowledge card is always a good thing. Is always a good thing. I'm just saying. So do I think that you're on the right path? Absolutely. Absolutely I do. Just, I'm going to sneeze again. Fucking bullshit. Oh, I didn't take my allergy medicine today. That's why. Just be happy in the moments. And notice I said moments. Be happy in the moments. Yeah. Those times when you and your kiddo are just sitting there watching cartoons together. Be happy in that moment. When you're laying in bed and you finally get the comfortable spot. You know what I mean? You got to move around until you get the comfortable spot. Be happy in that moment. Right now, just listening to me blabber on and on with some kind of cool, like, trap instrumental beats in the background. Be happy in the moment right now. You know what I mean? Be happy in the moment right now. People that are the most miserable never, ever take the time to be happy in the moment. They don't. Just saying. Oh, really? Before I met her in March, it was her last big outing before her surgery in April. Really? Oh, I feel so honored that you came to see me. I feel so honored that you came to see me. How is she doing? Vlad wants to know too. Amy Evans is next. I'm gonna start pulling cards for Amy. In retirement. Oh, you break free and tips on how. You got it, girl. I got you, Amy. I love that. Are you from Puerto Rico, Jan? What? What's up, Josh? I say this all the time, and I'm going to say it again. I am so jealous of those of y'all that grew up in Latin families just because of the food. I'm not saying I don't love me some Irish comfort food, because bitches, I will get down on some mashed potatoes. I can make some homemade mashed potatoes that will make you cry. They're so good. But y'all grew up with empanadas. Y'all grew up with empanadas. I didn't even know empanadas was a thing until I was an adult. Y'all grew up with, like, all that just fantastic Latin food. Girl, don't you tease me like that. Don't you tease me, Jan. I'll be there every day. Ma'am, I'm hungry. Oh, okay. I'm down, Mike. I'm down. Yeah. That's one thing I love about living in Oklahoma is that there is a really, really rich Latin culture here. And the food is so good. It's so good. It's so good. The food trucks here, like the Mexican and Venezuelan food trucks that are here, holy shit balls, y'all. Some of that shit is so good. Like, I just want to, like, let's go find a food truck. The street tacos are so good. Like, yeah, I'm just saying. Okay, I'm hungry. So that's why we're talking about food again. Let me actually read for Amy, though. Like, let me do my job. Yeah, I did not know. I mean, I knew about empanadas, but I didn't taste one. Don't hate me. Those of you guys that are Spanish or Latin, don't hate me. But I did not taste my first empanada until 2017. No. Yeah, 2017. I was 40. I was 40 when I had my first empanada. Now I want empanadas. Now I want empanadas. Yeah, I was 40. And I wanted to cry because I was like, why have I never ordered this before? Because I'm not going to lie. My favorite Mexican food is cheese enchiladas. I fucking love cheese enchiladas. I do. That's my go-to, cheese enchiladas. Smothered in cheese. I do like chimichangas as well, but empanadas are so fucking good. So fucking good. If you guys have never... See, I like bread pudding, but I don't at the same time. It's weird. It's weird. You would think I would, but I don't. Now, ceviche, that's a whole other thing. Tamales. Oh, now I want tamales. I just want Mexican food now. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Okay. Let me actually read for Amy. Oh, yellow rice and chicken. See, now we're all hungry. Now we're all hungry. One of my favorite places here in Tulsa. It's a chain. I know. But Los Cabos, I love their grilled vegetables. Like, I get double grilled vegetables there instead of rice and beans. I get their double grilled vegetables. Okay. All right. DoorDash is about to make some money from this live. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. My kid and I were just talking about DoorDash this morning, and I was like, I got to quit DoorDashing so much. I have to get out of the habit because where the new place is, there's not DoorDash and there's not Instacart, which means I have to people, which means I will be finding the local places where I can go and order food and then just pick it up because Amy saved me. All right. Will you break free and how? Okay. So you start off with the caretaker of the lost. Yeah, we're all going to be eating after these reads. This is Amy E. Okay. You start off with the caretaker of the lost. And I find it interesting that this is the card that came up with what you asked. Okay. This is rest, it's assistance, and it's memory. And then you have balanced emotions. Okay. A lot of times when we start to realize that we are settling into something, we panic. And because of what you asked and how you asked it, I think that you're right to panic. Because of how you asked that. I think that you're right to have a panic moment. And I'm going to say this because some of y'all need to hear this too. Settling should make you want to panic. If you have to look at a house, a job, a lifestyle, a person, whatever, and go, it's good enough, you should panic. You should. Because if you're settling for something that is just good enough, then that's a lot of shadow work that you have to do about why it's just good enough, about why you're ready to settle for that person, that job, that house, that place, that whatever. It's okay to panic. You should. It tells me that you want more out of life than what you currently have. And to some people, here's the thing that I hate, is people will talk about how you should strive to be this or that, or, you know, you can be whatever you want to be. And then they want to get on to you for striving for that. But that's such a good job. Why would you want to leave that job? It is a good job. You have a good boss. But you know it's not the place you need to be. Why would you want to move? That's such a great house. You worked so hard to get to that house. And it might be a great house. But maybe it's starting to get too small. Maybe it's not in the place you want it to be. Maybe your heart wants to move somewhere else. But then we get people that are around us that love us, I put that in air quotes, that want us to stay there by them. So don't leave that job. Don't leave that house. So we get into this like everything is settled in and it's great and it's fun, yeah. So you asking this question, somebody's talking about me, my nose is itching. You asking that question and then literally pulling the caretaker of the lost card, which is rest and memory and balance, and then you have balanced emotions. I haven't even turned anything else over yet. I think that there's probably an interesting line of shadow work for you to go down, and I'll tell you about that. I would look up shadow work prompts, and you can, and here's the thing, here's what I'd recommend. Get on ChatGPT. It's free. Get on ChatGPT and just ask for shadow work prompts. This is for Amy specifically. Ask for shadow work prompts on why you feel okay with this. Does that make sense? Why do you feel okay with this life? What kind of shadow work tips, prompts do you need to do? That's what I would ask. I don't want to just tell your business, so that's why I'm not like just reading the whole question, but just, can you make me a list of 5 shadow work prompts of why I'm okay settling into this lifestyle? Because the prompts that ChatGPT is going to come up with when you put something very specific in there like that are going to help you more than any generated ones ever will. Than any article or book ever will. Okay? But give ChatGPT a little bit beforehand. Like, I've been in this job for this many years. I live here for this many years. My kids, do you know what I mean? Give it a little bit about your situation. Don't go a big long thing. Just a few you know what I mean? A few sentences. And then say, I feel stuck. What are 5 good shadow work prompts for me to get unstuck from this situation? That's literally my advice. That's my advice. Because you asked for tips on how, right? So this is what you got to do to get where you want to be. This is you can't make this up. This is an understanding card. I mean, that's what shadow work is understand. You can't make this up. It's fucking funny. Just ChatGPT. Just go to Google and type in ChatGPT, but make sure you go to the ChatGPT site, not another company that pulls it through there, because they will charge you. But actual ChatGPT is free. It's free. So, here's where you're trying to go. I'm gonna say you can't make this shit up, and then I'm gonna show you the cards. Because we just talked about, before I ever turn these over, about tips on how to break yourself out of this, okay? So remember, you have the caretaker of the lost and balanced emotions, right? And then I talked about shadow work, and then you have understanding. And these are 3 different decks, okay? Drawn at 3 different times. Learn the truth, which is what? Understanding. And then you have the maestro, which is understanding. I fucking can't. Like, I had to show it to you so you guys would believe me. Understanding. Learn the truth. Understanding. Amy, my friend, what this tells me is that you're searching for something. You're searching for the questions. You're searching for the questions. A lot of times we think we're searching for answers, but if you don't even know what it is that you're looking for, then how do you know if you even found the answer? Sometimes we've already found the answer and now we have to find the question. And I know people say that all the time and you roll your eyes at it or whatever, but it's true. But it's true. Sometimes you already have the answer. You just don't know what the question is. You know, all those fucking math problems that we had to answer in school where we had the answer and we had half the question. Fucking hated those. Hated those. Does that make sense, Amy? A void. I have gotten to be where the void is my favorite part of my spiritual journey. My nose is itchy. Stop talking about me. You're making my nose rings do weird shit. The void is my favorite part. Because the void used to be really, really scary. Yeah, I got to go down and take some allergy meds. The void is really scary until you realize that without the void, nothing else would be connected. Nothing else would be connected. If you didn't have the void, I want you to consider the void as the hallway in your house. It's the hallway. It's the stairs. It's the foyer. Because if you didn't have a hallway, how many of you guys have ever been in an older house that just, you had a bedroom that went into another bedroom, that went into a bathroom, that went into a kitchen? There was no hallway. So if you were in the bedroom back here and you wanted to go to the kitchen, you had to go through somebody else's bedroom, the bathroom, and then to get to the kitchen. So if somebody was in the bathroom and the door was locked, you weren't getting to the kitchen unless you went outside. Do you see what I mean? The void is the hallway. The hallway is where all the memories are. The hallway is where we hang all our photos, right? The hallway is how you get from one room to another. It's how you get from one part of your journey to another. Whether it's spiritual, whether it's your life journey, whatever it is. It's how you get from one place to another. So I don't want you guys to think of the void as a scary place. Oh, it is. It's bullshit. And you're going to face a lot of dark shit in the void. But it should be your favorite place. It should be your favorite place. Just saying. It should be your favorite place. Because that's where you learn the most. That's where you learn the most. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Tanya, whatever I want to tell you. Spiritual side is on fire, but it's leading me down so many different roads. Okay. Okay. So kind of what do you need to do to focus and do what you're supposed to do? Okay. You got it. So with Alzheimer's, it's a void, it disappears. That's a really good way of putting it, Joy. That's a really good way of putting it. With Alzheimer's, the void is what disappears. Yes. Yeah. That is a fantastic way of putting it, Miss Joy. Hello in Australia. How is everything there? One day I will come to Australia and I probably won't want to leave. No, I take that back. If y'all don't have good Mexican food, we're going to have to talk. Wait. Let's talk about Aussie food. What kind of Aussie food do we need to know about? What's your favorite Australian dish? Tell us. Oh, yeah. So, meat pies. My little Irish heart got happy when I heard that. I know what those are. What are snags? We're going to start. Well, we're all going to be looking up Australian food. Watch. We're all going to be looking up Australian food. I've heard, I don't hear a lot about like Melbourne, but Sydney, I've heard about some of the restaurants there. I have. So I like Vegemite. I do. I like it. I just can't like have a crazy amount of it. I had it for the first time a few years ago. There's a little breakfast place in Austin, and the guy that runs it is from Australia. Oh, it's so good. I would 100% eat kangaroo tail. I would. Yeah, I like Vegemite. But they had this fantastic hand-baked sourdough, and they brought some Vegemite, asked if we wanted some. And one of the guys that was with us eating breakfast, his daughter is married to someone from Australia. So they always have it, and he loves it. And he was like, Bodhi, you have to try it. I'm like, you know what? I'm down. I'll try it, right? I loved it. God, it was so good. I like the saltiness of it. I did not expect it to be salty. Really, I love emu. In fact, the steaks I've had here in the U.S. are the emu is some of my favorite steak. But yeah, I would totally try kangaroo. Yeah, I don't care for Nutella though. But I think that it's because I'm not a hazelnut person. But yeah, if you guys like salty things, you'll like Vegemite. I really liked it. I need to get some now. Now I want Vegemite. We're just going to have like multicultural food day on Friday the 13th at Bodhi's house. I have cookies from Disneyland from Mike downstairs. Oh, I love crocodile. Yeah. Every time I go to New Orleans, I have like I don't know, it's like a tradition that I do. One of my favorite places in the quarter is a little oyster house, and their blackened alligator. Oh, it's my favorite thing ever. It's the best. It's so good. All right. Tanya. Because now we're on food again, which tells you where my brain is. So, yeah. All right, Tanya. Oh, wow. So you're from Canada, but you moved to Australia. That's really cool. I think eventually I will end up moving to Ecuador or Ireland. Ireland is where I've always wanted to live because I actually have family there. I actually have extended family there. All right, Tanya. Focus, bitch. Focus. Focus, bitch. Oh, my nose is itching. Stop it. Okay. Tanya. How do you calm your brain down and do one thing? So right now, you are the keeper of whispers, which is curiosity, which you can't make this shit up. I just said, how do you calm your brain down? And even you have on here, I just want to dig in and do what I'm supposed to do. You can't make this shit up. Curiosity, madness, forbidden knowledge. I have a feeling I already know where you need to go, but grounding, prosperity, defense. Oh, and the ageless, which is healing and graciousness and compassion. All right. So I know you said, a manifesting generator in human design. I'm not a big fan of human design, and I'm going to tell you why. I fell down that rabbit hole when that first became a thing a long time ago, when it first started to be really, really big. I fell down the rabbit hole. And what it tells me that I am makes no sense. And I even have asked like tons of people over the years, like it doesn't make sense. I've known a lot of people that it kind of makes sense, but it doesn't. I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm just not. I personally lean more on Western astrology than I do anything else, and it's probably because that's what I was raised with. But I know that there are a lot of people that they're like, well, you know, I'm a Capricorn, but I don't feel like it, or I, you know, like whatever. If you don't know what your big three are, it's hard to know how you fit into those stereotypes. Because just because you're a Capricorn doesn't mean that you're going to have every single Capricorn trait. Just because you're a Leo doesn't mean you're going to have every single Leo trait. The same goes for human design. Just because it says you're a generator doesn't mean you're going to have every single generator trait. But they try to make it sound like you have to be this. Does that make sense? I love that you said your spiritual side is leading you down so many different roads. Why do you keep doing that? Here's what I'm going to say. First, how long have you been practicing? How long have you been in the spiritual realm? Have you gone through, and I want you to step back, and this is a good ruler for all of you guys, okay? This is a good measurement for all of you guys. If you feel like your brain is going way too many places at once, take a step back for a minute. And I want you to ask yourself the following questions. The first one is, how long have you actively been practicing? And I said actively on purpose. I was raised in this, but it doesn't mean I've actively been practicing my entire life. I have actively been doing this since about 2012. How long have you actively been practicing? The next thing is, what was the first thing that you couldn't wait to learn about when you started getting into spirituality? Was it astrology? Was it crystals? Was it herbs? What was it that your very first thing you were like, now that is fucking cool? And that was your main thing. What was your main thing? The next one is this. If you could be like in the Matrix and plug in any bit of knowledge, what would it be? Think about that. And be honest. Be honest with yourself about what you would plug in if you could just go and plug in anything. Then here's what you do. Because if you're like me, if you're on any kind of neurospicy spectrum, your brain is not going to be happy unless you have multiple things going on. It's just not. The spicier the brain, the more shit you got to be doing at once. The first thing that you wanted to learn about, start learning about that again. Okay? So let's say it was crystals. So let's say that when you got into spirituality, crystals was the shit and you couldn't wait to get into crystals. And you did. Okay? You got into it and then you started going off on all these other tangents. Get back into crystals. Okay? And then when the thing that if you could just plug in and you knew all of the things about that other just crazy awesome topic, right? Let's say there's herbs. Let's say there's herbalism. Start learning about herbalism. Start learning about those two things at once. Because you can only look at types of crystals for so long before your brain goes numb. You can only look at types of herbs for so long before your brain goes numb. And sometimes having the things to be able to go back and forth between, you're going to see the correspondences with them very easy. And I'm just using those two things because those are very, very big, broad things, right? And those are the easiest things to find information about. Start learning about those two big things, the things that you love the first love, and the thing that you really, really want to have. Start doing that. That will help you ground. The very first thing that you wanted to learn about, that will help you ground. It will help you ground back into your spiritual self, because the very first thing you ever wanted to learn about, that was your passion, that like you were like all in, right? That was your passion. It's going to help you to ground, because it's going to remind you of all of those things when you first started practicing, all of the amazing, fantastic things that you felt, that you loved, that you know what I mean? Those first feels is going to remind you of that, and that's going to ground you. The prosperity card is interesting because this right here, prosperity is not always money. We all want it to always be money, but it's not always money. So especially in this case, like, how do you do multiple things at once and be prosperous with doing multiple things at once? Focus on those two big two, right? Because then you're learning something that's kind of a review, and you're learning something that you don't know about yet. The defense card is interesting. Whatever it is that you're wanting to learn, and especially since you said my spiritual side is on fire, you can never have too many protections. Keep that in mind. You can never have too many protections. I love that this is the healing card at the end, graciousness, acceptance. Sometimes in learning stuff, sometimes in learning you can be learning about crystals and really do some healing with yourself. You can be learning about herbs and really do some healing with yourself. Every single thing, this is what I love about spirituality so much. Everything that we get interested in and we just dive down that rabbit hole with it, it's because there's some part of us that needs to be healed first. And we end up finding that as we're going along. As we're going along. Just saying. Does that make sense, Tanya? I also love that a lot of you guys were like, I needed to hear this so bad today. I'm just saying. Good. I'm glad. Did that help? One of the things I love so much about doing reads like this is because you never know. You know how I always say your ripples matter? Good, I'm glad. I'm glad. You know how I always say your ripples matter? They matter more than you realize, because you don't know who it is that's listening in on this live right now. You don't know. They may be sitting outside the live and not coming in, or they may, may be in here just listening or whatever. If you're in a one-on-one read, no one else is hearing that, right? No one else is hearing that in on your Zoom. I got a funny shit on my eye right there. No one else is hearing that stuff, right? But here, even though there's, over 150 people in here listening, you don't know who else needed to hear that. You don't know who else was sitting there feeling alone or lost or in the exact same boat that you're in. You don't know who all needed to hear exactly what I'm saying to you. You don't know that by me reading for you like this, that's the sign that somebody asked for. That's the sign that someone got up this morning and said, I just need to know if I'm on the right path with this person or this job or this move or in life. I just need a sign. So you needed a sign, and you were like, you know what? I'm going to have her read for me today. And I did the thing and hopefully helped you. But you don't know how your ripple affected all these other people that you will never ever meet. that you will never, ever meet. So I'm just saying, think about that. Think about that. All right, Dawn. Dawn is my last one for today. And then don't forget that tonight, you don't want to miss it, live podcast filming for Friday the 13th. It'd be great. It'd be fun. I might throw a couple of reads in there later. We'll see. We'll see. What do the guides want you to know? You got it, Dawn. I don't think I'm brilliant, but thank you. I think that I know just enough to know not enough. I know just enough to know not enough. But thank you, Carrie. I just hope that the things that come out of my face help. All right. Ready, Dawn? What do the guys need you to know? Ask Bodhi. Now I'm gonna do these one at a time because we're gonna see. All right. Don't hate me. When this card comes up in this deck, it usually means that you need to do a check-in with your meat sack. I don't always eat the best, so I know when this card comes up for me, I'm like, bitch, all right, you know, maybe go get a physical if you haven't had one in a while. Just get the meat sack checked up on, because without the meat sack, your soul has to hitch a ride somewhere else, you know what I mean? So when the Ask Bodhi card comes up, this is just taking care of the meat sack, okay? Taking care of the meat sack. The Creator. Don't forget that, well, I'm just going to tell you my favorite quote. There's a quote from Buddha. And that is, what you think you become. People forget that you are the creator of your own reality. You are the creator of you. You are the creator of your life. And so we forget about that. We get too wrapped up in kids or work or school or life or whatever. We get too wrapped up in everything else, and we forget that we are the creators of our own life. You hold the key to any shackles that you have put yourself in. Everything is a choice. If you are miserable in the job that you have, you hold the key to getting out of that job. If you are miserable in the house that you're living in, you hold the key to getting out of the house. If you're miserable in the relationship, that you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Look at what you need to do to get out of that job, that house, that relationship, wherever it is, whatever it is that's causing you to wonder if you're stuck. You're never stuck, my friends. I want you to remember that. You're never stuck. You might be in a pause, but you're never stuck. Even in quicksand, you're moving. Am I right? May not be moving the way you want to move, but even in quicksand, you're moving. You're not stuck. Think about it. Get creative. Whatever it was you stopped doing, whether it was writing, drawing, painting, gardening, whatever it was you stopped doing that was your creative outlet, and maybe been on the fence about doing it again, this is your sign to start doing it again. This is your spiritual advisor telling you that you need to get creative again, that you need to do the things. It's really funny. Hi, Vlad. Oh, he's got the zoomies. It's really funny that so many people lately have been... Get out of the box. Vlad. He tears my shit up in the box. Come here, Vladdy Patty. Come here. Get out of the box. Oh my gosh. He's a dick. I digress. Oh, bless you. That was a kitty sneeze. Bless you. That's what you get for getting in the box. Kitty sneezes are the cutest fucking thing. This is your spiritual advisor telling you that, yeah, you need to go do some creative shit. I've had a lot of people reach out lately, and people that are just in my life, you know, man, I started painting again. I started writing again. I started drawing again. I started doing this and this again. I started crocheting again. Oh, he's ridiculous. Whatever it is, Dawn, get back to doing it. Get back to doing it. And I know a lot of times we go, well, you know, I don't really have a lot of time, and, you know, sitting down and writing takes time. And I mean, how often are you on your phone in the bathroom? Everyone has a notepad app. Just saying. And I love that the end card is the higher perspective card. Have a disconnect day, Dawn. Have a disconnect day. A disconnect day is going somewhere that is not your house. It doesn't mean that you have to go people, okay? It doesn't mean you have to go spend money. Go somewhere you've never been. Get in your car, go to a national park, go to some hiking trails, go walk around a lake, whatever it is. Go to a place you've never been. That's the catch, that you've never been. If you live in a big city, I guarantee you there's places you've never been. Take a walk and go a different way. Go a different way than you normally go. Let's say that when you leave your apartment building, you always go to the right because that's where the shop is, that's the shops are, that's where your work is, that's where the train is. You always go to the right, right? Okay, go to the left. Or go straight. Or go left and then go straight. Or whatever. Go for a walk and go someplace different. If you know you haven't eaten lunch that day and you're like, you know, usually on Fridays I go to this place and eat lunch. Don't go to that place and eat lunch on Friday. But a disconnect means a break from the norm. When you get a physical disconnect from the places that you're always at, your brain will shift a little bit. Think about as a kid how excited you would be every time you went somewhere new. Think about as a kid, every single time you got to do something new in school or you got to go somewhere new, how energized you were. How much better you slept that night. Think about it. Because you always were experiencing these new things as a kid. And as adults, we get caught up in this like, well, that's my favorite Mexican restaurant. And that's my favorite coffee shop. And so we go to the same places all the time, right? Because we want, you know, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, right? Because we forget the excitement of all of the new things as a kid. So you have to get a higher perspective when you get to be an adult, because we get so bogged down in shit. Have a disconnect. Have a disconnect. And here's the main thing. Change. Change. We all go through changes all the time. Even people that have been, it's so funny. Because some people are like, no, not all the time. You know, my parents or grandparents have been married for 40 or 50 years and they've lived in the same house that entire time. That's not change. How many life changes have they gone through in that house? How many life changes have they gone through together? Do you think that let's say that there's a couple that's been married 50 years and they've lived in the same house for 50 years. Do you think that they're the same exact people that moved into that house 50 years ago? Do you think that they're the exact same people that got married and fell in love 50 years ago? fell in love and got married 50 years ago. You know what I'm saying? No. In no way. Because they changed. Everybody is meant to change. Just some people's change looks like moving across the planet, and some people's change looks like retirement. Some people's change looks like a vacation twice a year. Do you see what I'm saying? Everybody's change looks different, Dawn. You get to decide how yours is. You get to decide how yours is. Every one of you gets to decide how you change and when you change. And don't let anybody force you into anything different. I'm just saying. Is that what you needed to hear, Dawn, my friend? Well, good. I'm glad that I could help. I'm glad that I can help. I'll have this uploaded this evening so you guys can watch it. But I am going to get off of here for a little bit. I want you guys to go enjoy your Friday the 13th. Go have a good afternoon. Go have a good afternoon. I'll see you guys back here tonight at 8 o'clock for special podcast filming. All right. I'll see you guys later.